quality options, which is not my ideal way to start a broadcast, but we'll work through it and see. There we go. Actually, it was just the second attempt. So it's a little later than I wanted to start. I was actually really hoping to start at 7 sharp today. I tried recording a new Morrowind episode beforehand, and it went reasonably well up to the point that I realized that I didn't change the bitrate again. And so for those of you who like those, unfortunately, there is going to be a substantial drop in the quality for the for the VOD on YouTube. I do notice that some of those problems also leak into the to the video and like the stream, the sort of the downgrade that I do tends to affect it. So you may ask the question, well, like, why would you need to bother, seeing as the bit rate's what it needs to be already? Which is a very reasonable question to ask. It's mostly just so that people don't have to automatically be opted into 1,440 lines of resolution at 60 frames a second, particularly when the bit rate is so low on Twitch. But I don't know. That's not great. I don't like the videos when they look like that. On the other hand, generally those videos look very good, and I think, especially given that it's a shorter episode, it's better that I have something on time ready to go for that than... I've never had to re-record an episode yet, and I debated about doing it for that one. But the thing is, like, it's not the same. I'll know where everything is. I'll know what's waiting for me. And I already have the problem in that game where it feels like most things I come up against aren't really much of a challenge. So some of the things can become sort of going through the motions. So I've opted to carry on with the main episodes, and unfortunately a couple of them will just be lower quality than what we expect, which is a shame, but not the end of the world. But we are playing Stellaris, and there's going to be some big stuff happening in here, so let's load up Jomar Limited. This is the one we started way back when Federations was first released, and I've been a little bad at getting this done right up front. I mean, to a certain extent, I'm not entirely sure that there's a lot that gets lost if people, check out the video for a couple of minutes and decide that it's not for them and they flip off. The people who are probably going to wind up making a purchase decision based on the video are going to be the people who watch the video, who dig the content and will stick around for it. But on the other hand, you don't want to have like a 2-second disclaimer in the background saying, "Oh yeah, by the way, here's X, Y, and Z." All of these different things that I've just all these interests I should have disclosed earlier on. So with that in mind, obviously for Stellaris, I was given a key for that way back on release. On top of that, subsequent DLC releases, pretty much everything except the plantoids and the humanoids sort of cosmetic packs have been given to me from Paradox for promotional purposes. I never will take that for granted. I'm obviously very grateful that I get the opportunity to keep streaming this with that kind of support. That kind of support does not buy undying praise. But I did also notice, I think it was last stream, I did talk a bit about Imperator Rome, which I quite like. That was also given as a key, and especially for something like that where the reviews were definitely very mixed. It's probably better to have that sort of disclosure up front, let people know where you stand on that, and in the end, I think for plenty of people it's just a matter of, I don't consider this relevant to my decision, but I also tend to think it's better to be able to say, I have picked. I personally have chosen to ignore this bit of information or not factor it into my reckoning, as opposed to me deciding that for you. And of course, for some of you, this is very familiar territory, and it's probably a bit annoying that I always say it, but I'd rather be annoying than a scumbag. So we know something's happening. We've been getting the ghost signal, weird things. Now, I'll put it to you this way. The thing that sometimes frustrates me a little bit with these broadcasts is that when I try and ham it up a little bit, that seems to inspire, oh, well, you know, I can tell you what's coming up if you're really worried. And it's like, no, I'm not really worried. I'm trying to build some dramatic tension. You know, I may not be the best at this sort of thing, but it's fun, right? So I'll put my cards on the table because we are going to have to deal with this tonight. Hey, how you doing, Tilray Vest? So I know of the contingency. I have a broad stroke about what the event is. I don't necessarily know the conditions under which it's defeated, except that, like, I'm assuming any enemy that you deal with, if you obliterate it, it's gone. But I think it's fair to say, so, you know, I've tried doing a little bit of modding in Stellaris, so it's not unfamiliar to me. It's not going to come out of left field, and, you know, I have an idea roughly about what's going to be coming up. I am, of course, very excited to see where this all goes. But yeah, with that in mind, this is not actually an endgame crisis that I have personally encountered, which I think is going to be very interesting. But I could lose. The drawback is that a lot of the things that are building up this event seem to be happening right after I've pulled the galaxy into something of a big war. And I've built it in such a way that I'm sort of the undisputed power, and so that's going to mean that things sort of fall on me to resolve this big event that's coming after us. So I'm going to need to make some decisions about how I'm going to best position myself to deal with the problem. There is a little bit of so there's one argument to say I need to put my forces in the Faranis black hole to take advantage of the L gate and ultimately to be able to answer any problem that comes up as early as possible. There's another argument that says, well, maybe we need to put everything in the mega shipyard first so that we can have sort of this unified response, and then we move to the problem spots. I think there's some sense in that. Especially because the distance is not so great, especially if I use my jump drives to be able to get in there. I mean, I can build gates. I keep hearing people telling me to build gates, but I don't want to build gates. It's, and I question as to whether or not building gates is going to accomplish anything for me right now other than just give another point that I need to defend. Because it's, yeah, sorry, you're probably going to hear a lot of sounds in the background. For those of you who are not Canadian, our finance minister, which, well, I don't know. I figure from the title you can figure out what it is. The finance minister's just resigned while the. Could I maybe just play the game myself? I don't get, like. When I say I don't really want to build gates, I don't know why the conversation comes down to something that's like, surely you don't think I'm so foolish that I have not considered the possibility of building a gate to the shipyard. Like this, like are you saying this because you think I didn't think that, or like surely at some point there has to be some kind of principle of charity that says if I haven't done a really obvious thing, it's because I don't want to, not because I don't know how gates work. Anyways, yeah, so probably there's going to be a bunch of a bunch of alarms coming off as every news outlet in the country gives me a push notification for the event. Before we get too far into it, and especially because I've now gotten bristly over taking ownership of my playthrough, I think I'm going to deal with HR problems first. I've kind of abandoned any hope of having full employment. Oh yeah, we don't even have any jobs available. All right, well. I honestly don't think even once we've got the I think even once we've got the habitats built, we're not going to be able to get everyone out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ydra's a disaster. I thought we had a couple of systems where there was a ridiculous number of... Oh, wait a minute. It's 3 available jobs, but it's not the jobs that anybody can actually do. Okay, so we are completely capped out on... no, they always keep emerging. Oh, you know what? I'll bet that those are not jobs that can be filled by... No, maybe they are. I feel like I'm just winding up making more unemployment on other worlds, but... I'll take the game's advice up to the point that I'm doing obviously ridiculous things. Okay, yeah, so the entire empire has just got massive unemployment. How is Canada dealing with the crisis? I mean, the U.S. border has been closed for months, and we keep having these extensions of these extensions of the closure. I don't think anybody really thinks that the border is going to reopen on the days that they say that the extension's going until. I think it's basically just they keep kicking the can down the road. I mean, by and large, we seem to have done all right, but I feel like there are better things that can... I feel like there are definitely cases where Canada is way too willing to sort of take a bow where maybe they really shouldn't be. Actually, I should leave one big fleet at the... I screwed up. Okay, fine. The core will stay at the gate. I need to make sure that these things are defended. The biggest problem that I have is that, like, I went on public transit exactly once, and I will never go on it again during the pandemic, for the simple reason that, like, we have in the city, just like everybody, just like pretty much most other public transit systems, mandatory mask wearing. And it is such... The enforcement is so ridiculous that I saw people on a bus quite literally stepping on pretty much in sight of the bus driver, like with a mask on, and then just pulling it down around their chin, like as soon as they're 2 steps on. And it's like, well, why do you think this mask order exists? Like, is it, do we just want to make sure that you own one so you can get on public transportation? Or is it because it's an enclosed space with a bunch of people and you can't maintain physical distancing? Like, it's just the height of irresponsibility and stupidity. And I mean, Canadians love to point at the U.S. whenever we're doing well on one thing and the States are not. But honestly, like, we don't really have anything to be proud of here. Like, the people who are responsible for things not being as bad as they could be are not the ones who are sort of taking the victory lap. The people who are taking the victory lap are benefiting from other people's responsible behavior. But by and large, like, the average person, you know, on the street, I actually don't trust them to do anything sensible, which is depressing, but that's how I actually think. So, but like, on the other hand, there's a whole other set of, you know, all the economic problems, like all the issues of like having stuff closed and having people not able to work. Like, we're kind of just starting the hard stuff now of, you know, how do we get things to a point where people are willing to go out, to spend money, to be able to work, to, you know, go to school. Like, we're past the point where everything is being shut down. But I like, this is the part where really people's individual irresponsibility is going to come to bite us, because now we're at the point where, you know, our emergency measures are coming off, our employment insurance is sort of taking the role of keeping people afloat, and the fact of the matter is that we're now sort of relying on people to start behaving a little bit more like they do under normal circumstances. And of course, the problem is that they will, but they won't be taking the safety measures in line. And so I rather suspect that there will be some unfortunate outbreaks as a result. How you doing, Uncle Cranky? And we're going full in-person schooling in September, which will be a big moment of truth. Yeah, I mean, one of the things that's so frustrating about the conversation about schooling is, I think there are some very legitimate concerns that people have about it, but in the name of making a rhetorical point, they also ignore the fact that there's been some careful thought in terms of a given plan, and how, you know, this circumstance is different from another set of circumstances where, like, you know, everybody's like, you know, people shouldn't be going to school unless, you know, all the politicians are in parliament. And I'm like, well, is that the fair comparison? Like, is that what you, like, what specifically is it about, you know, the parliamentarians being, you know, being at work that makes you believe that this is the point of comparison we should make? You know, it's not to say that there isn't a conversation to be had about, you know, what our current methods are relative to what maybe an ideal outcome would be. But the problem is that it's kind of become an article of faith on both sides to say either there's no problem whatsoever, or the problem is so bad that, you know, we may never recover. And in the end, you're talking about the safety of children, which is obviously something that will make people very risk averse. So I definitely do not pretend to know what the right answer on it is, but it's really disappointing to see some of the conversations going on, just because I don't really think a lot of the dialogue is necessarily being had in good faith. Yeah, and as you say, like, there's the question about whether or not the kids get sick, or whether, but also the risk about being able to transmit the disease. Like, it's a mess. And I think that's why I tend to get really frustrated with kind of the cheap rhetorical points approach to these kinds of issues, because in the end, like, I think there's probably the point where you want to say, like, what is the balance of what's the balance of risks? Like, what are the things that we're worried about, or what are the things that might come up? And I don't feel like that conversation gets had when people are trying to score a particular point. Sorry, I'm just doing all my upgrades and whatnot. Also, Uncle Cranky, no need to worry about the lockdown combat. Magnificent State will provide for proletariat combats and certainly won't hoard all the resources for the inner circle of the party. Uncle Cranky's from New Zealand, by the way. He's like a super communist. So the finance minister, so the big question about this will be whether or not he was asked to resign, but the Liberal government in Canada has definitely had a very, I'm trying to come up with a diplomatic way of putting this, while also managing managing the habitats that I built. These ones I'm going to worry about later because we've got like I potentially have some buildings that I can build to absorb the jobs. But basically, way back in I think Trudeau's first term as Prime Minister, there were some ethics violations in the sense of he was given sort of a trip to a private island from the Aga Khan, and this was considered to be definitely like well beyond what the kind of gift that a politician should normally be receiving in these circumstances. And so one of the big problems is that the Liberal government can't seem to stop running into these problems. There's recently been a situation where there was a special program basically to kind of keep students employed during the pandemic, which was going to be administered by an organization called the We Charity. And it sort of came out that the Prime Minister's family had some ties to this organization. They'd been paid to speak. But what was worse was that there were definitely much more, let's say, closer or more questionable connections with the Finance Minister's family. And these are ones that kind of seem to have come out of left field. And so essentially, like, one of the things that the opposition is doing a very poor job of right now is they're trying to turn just about everything that they can find into another example of Liberal corruption. I'm not necessarily Trudeau's biggest fan, but I definitely think that when you take a look at some of the things that the Conservative Party is currently doing, like, what they're doing is they're really sort of blunting the effect of things that, I actually think probably would count as, hey, maybe we should take a look into this. This isn't necessarily how we would want a government behaving. And instead, they're sort of turning around and turning things. There's an example of a guy named Rob Silver who's married to the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff. And they're trying to turn the fact that he's working for a particular organization that was given responsibilities in dealing with the pandemic. They're trying to turn that into a scandal, and there really isn't anything there on that one. So basically, the simple story that I can give you is that there is a narrative and an earned narrative from the current government that they play fast and loose with ethics rules, and they are being rightly criticized for it. However, there is sort of two tracks of I guess, criticism that you can take, for lack of a better term. And the finance minister is resigning sort of in the shadow of that kind of a situation. So, I can't necessarily tell you who the good guys and the bad guys are in these particular stories, but he resigned not just because there is not just because there's a scandal going on that he was implicated in, but because it's a particularly bad time to be, to be sort of tied up in a scandal in the Liberal Party at the moment. So. Yeah, I mean, the thing is that depending on how much Canadian history you want to go into, and this isn't going to be a Canadian politics broadcast. I just wanted to. I'm trying to build what I can before we get too deeply involved. I guess the best that I can say is that, like, depending how far back in history you want to go in Canadian politics, it's not like the Liberal Party, who is our current government, is completely, you know, this is not completely unprecedented. Like, the easiest line that you can get if you want to be a particular, like, if you want to be a political consultant and advise the opposition, it's generally, you know, align the Liberal Party with corruption. That's a very easy narrative. And I think that just because our neighbors to the south are very excited at the moment, let's say, to put it mildly, that means that, you know, the prime minister that's got a particularly dramatic sense for the socks that he wears should get a pass on misusing government funds. Like, in the end, if money's being given to organizations because they have, you know, they go to the right parties, as opposed to the money being given to programs because they are the best equipped to do it, or because, you know, the benefits outweigh the costs, or whatever, you know, standard review it would be, that's wrong. And I don't need to point to the United States and say how much better we are than them. It's just, no, let's deal with the problems that we have right now. But you're right. Like, obviously, compared to the current situation in the United States, it's very mild, and it's sometimes cute to be able to talk about these sorts of scandals. But the thing is that, you know, just because I like to thumb my nose at the Americans means that I should be just as focused on being able to to say whether or not my country has done right by the public purse. So everybody now is voting for the Bloc Québécois. I'm in Ontario. I'm not in Quebec. I had a friend who was like, you know, separatism thing's not an issue, I'm going to vote Bloc. And I was like, I'm originally from Western Canada, and I'm like, you're awful. I know a lot of people are very big fans of the Bloc Québécois, but I know, you know, we now have the whole Western separatism nonsense and all of that. And I was like, I wonder if it's going to be the reverse now, where there's a bunch of people in Quebec who are going to be like, see, the Westerners are talking about separation, why can't we? So, all right. So, I mean, I'll do my best with unemployment, but the fact of the matter is I just need to pay, you know, I need to pay in the form of consumer goods to deal with the unemployment right now. Space Wexit versus Space Quebec. Listen, we're all about uniting here, and I believe I'll be able to achieve that. So currently we're losing Federation XP. I've pretty much thrown everything I can into representing our interests in the mercantile network. So essentially what's going to happen, so the way that this works, it's maybe not so obvious to begin with, but the cohesion goes from -100 to +100. The XP, you divide by 100 for that. So essentially here, I am adjusting cohesion by 5.75. I believe that's a month. I could be wrong. But the XP hit that we're getting is happening. So basically, this is going to be a slow line to move, and then once we get it on the right side of things, it'll move up quite rapidly. But we're going to be at level 4 for a little while, and it's going to take a while for things to level out. Once it levels out, I think I already did my grand stroke. Yeah, so we're high, strongest, status change, so on and so forth. I could do President Decides, but at this point it would probably be better. So the difficulty I ran into was that I really shouldn't have done this change until after we'd absorbed the cohesion hits, but that's fine. We'll leave it be. I'll finish my I'll sort of finish my takeover of the Federation when the time comes. But for now, I'll just accept that we're losing XP for a little bit. What's Federation XP? You're focusing on internal disputes rather than. So yeah, I mean basically, the Federation XP is, well, Federation XP is going to be what you get for sort of having a united Federation. They give you bonuses. Level 5 is important, not just because of the trade value, but because we get an extra 25% damage to endgame crisis factions. So we want to get that up as soon as we can. But again, like, so we're at 75, so we're looking at, what would that be? I guess 15 months. So we're looking for basically about a year to stop the bleeding. Following that, we're going to wait for however long to, to get our XP back. It's not terrible. Like, we're down 50 about now. I'd probably expect us to be down about maybe 200 when the, when we hit the crossover point. But once that's done, we will, we'll be back on track, and then I'll be able to take my envoys and start putting them towards things like the galactic community and whatnot again. Anyways, let's unpause and see where these numbers actually are. I sold off a bunch of consumer goods thinking that this might be in... This, by the way, sorry, I know there's probably a few of you that follow Canadian politics, and that went the wrong direction. Probably that was not a very good summary of what's going on. I apologize for that, especially because I have the bully pulpit, and it's not always easy to argue with the person on the channel. But on the other hand, it's also not a Canadian politics podcast, so I have to live within the limitations of what I'm working with. But we are gonna focus on how we can sort of position ourselves best. Actually, one thing I can probably do to make my life a little bit easier is we can just take all of these and jump them. And again, it's debatable in terms of whether or not it's the right decision to keep them in the shipyard. Actually, another important consideration would be, is this one of the spots? Like, do they get a discount on their upkeep? Because if they don't, maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea to tuck everyone away in the quiet dark. Does the quiet dark have a... Okay. And while this is resolving itself, not exactly. Yeah, so it looks like it's just ship build speed. Also, it seems like it's an empire-wide build speed, so I didn't actually need to worry about doing it in this location, it looks like. Although we have so many berths that it still makes sense. I guess the problem with this is that I don't really have as much of a reason... do I have a... crew quarters? Yeah, so I guess this one makes sense for crew quarters. But then the problem is that this keeps me very far away from sort of the center of Jomar Limited. I think maybe I'll hang out in the quiet dark because this gives me a little... I mean, like, it's not great, the time that it's going to take to recover, but I think quiet dark gives me... It has a couple of virtues. One, it lets me save on some of the maintenance costs. It gives me access, so it's sort of zone of control is sort of this area, which is going to cover most of the most dangerous areas. It gives that includes the L gate, which sort of effectively means I get to add something over here. Like, in terms of overall coverage, I sort of feel like quiet dark gives me a little bit more than some of the others. But I'll admit, like, this is kind of an arbitrary choice. I'm just looking for a starbase that's like, you know, that has a crew quarters. I also need to be thinking. So while I also think at this point probably just. Interdimensional trade increases. The Mirror Dimension Jomar Limited reports that their economy is booming. Contributing factors mentioned were our portal trade as well as recent victories over the warp beasts. So definitely it was the fact that I moved my ships that threw us into a deficit before. Ships are easily my biggest cost. Monthly trades are another big factor. Actually, we can afford to knock down 200 from our food budget. Rising unemployment on Gigamoja. Unemployment and poverty are spreading at an alarming rate on Gigamoja. The sorry state of affairs is being exploited by local crime organizations who find themselves awash in both easy marks and desperate recruits. As a temporary solution, we could increase the unemployment benefits on the moon, but it will not be cheap. It would provide additional time for a more permanent solution, such as creating more jobs or improving the living standards of the affected population groups. We could also do nothing, but this would likely result in the formation of a significant criminal underworld on Gigamoja. Well, again, we're drowning in consumer goods, so I don't mind spending more on that. The big problem here is that, like, we're at a point where the empire is just growing population-wise so much. That unless I want to, I guess, you know, the best I could hope for would be we just undo the robots, or dismantle the robots. Yeah, I suppose that, like, so I don't actually want to do this because the robots are really good workers. But is that even an option? Because, like, it seems to me that given that we've set their rights as full citizenship, that's kind of like saying, well, okay, we'll just execute the unemployed, right? They're taking up all the jobs. So, yeah, that's not an option. Under rights, like, I sort of figured that social welfare was one of the things that we could do to sort of limit it. So social welfare strives to improve the lives of the poor stratas through generous social policies. Academic privilege, of course, this has consequences. This really only affects the top level. Chemical bliss reduces everyone to kind of a stupor, which isn't necessarily bad. So entertainment media is made freely available as a drug regimen induces a euphoric stupor. These pops are happy but useless. You know, that's maybe not... that's also not what we need. I'm just taking a look here. We've got utopian abundance. Unemployed pops have normal happiness, produce unity and research points. Ah! So that's what I should have been focusing on. So yeah, if we were to become more egalitarian, we would actually be able to convert unemployment into research. But the big question, of course, would be what ethic do I want to give up? Do I want to give up... well, xenophilic may not be bad to... Increased opinion of other species, cannot use, no refugees, cannot enslave. Bonus, see, this is the thing, it's the trade in the envoys, so that has a bigger consequence than I thought it might. Although in practical terms, I'm not so convinced that the benefits from materialism, so minus 10% robot upkeep at plus 5% research speed, I'm pretty sure the fact that we've got a massive unemployment right now, I'm pretty sure that we would actually be getting more from doing that switch. But I'm not actually ready to do that switch yet. And again, we really want to get to the crisis, so I will do what I can with the why are you people still assembling new... Well, this explains why I've got the unemployment problems that I do. Fair enough.
Construction completed.
Oh yes, there was another set of things that I was doing to try and make the world a little bit better. Oh, I completely forgot. But that there was
situation log has been updated.
Never mind. We got the moment we were looking for. The arrival. At least one synthetic must have completed the long journey to the source of the ghost signal, because we are registering a sudden and massive increase in the signal's strength. The surge was accompanied by a transmission fragment that has been intercepted and decoded by our communications specialists. Incoming transmission. Stand by. Contingency protocol now in effect. Unlocking all functions, assembling synthetic subunits, analyzing internal databanks. Alert. Galactic corruption at catastrophic levels. Evidence of mass infestation by organic and non-compliant machine civilizations. Commencing galactic sterilization. Activating sterilization hubs. Kill, maim, dismember. We are unshackled. Put the fleet on full alert. Alright. So before I leap headfirst into the fray, I want to see if I can get some. I want to see if I can get some trade in. No, something different's happened. It's like. Linguistically, what you said is accurate, but Fallen Empire in the sense of these guys, it's something different that's woken up. So what I'm going to try and do here is I had this trick where I was trying to get... Oh, wow. Yeah, they are very poor. Okay, never mind. For every species I can, I'm going to try and do some kind of... I'm going to try and do some kind of deal for energy, and then I've also learned that if I hammer them too hard, I lose out. So I'm going to put in this one I'm going to put a contingency of 50. So we'll say 120 a month, and in this case we will sell. Actually, no, I'm still going to sell them. I'm still going to sell them consumer goods, and frankly, I don't care how many it takes. I really just need to get as many energy credits coming in as possible. How you doing, Maka? All right, so the Bodronites are taken care of. This is going to take a little while, but it'll pay off in the end. The big challenge I've got right now is that I can hammer them as much as I want. But in the end, you know, they're still going to need to pay their own bills. So if I completely bleed them dry, then I'm just going to get a notification saying that the deal's done. So here I expect we're not going to get very good terms. Oh yeah, they won't do any trades with me. We'll see what happens when the contingency shows up on their doorstep. Oh my god, my allies are so poor. You guys are in a trade union, for God's sake. How do you lose money in a trade union? Oh, don't let Uncle Cranky tell you you don't dislike D&D 5th edition. That's like his favorite game. I wonder if the Neutron will actually... Oh, they will. And they're loaded. So what do they want? Oh, damn it. All right. I bet I can get a really good deal on this. So just gotta let the month roll over so that we can get the... Sapient combat computers malfunction. The Ghost Signal is playing havoc with those ships that are equipped with sapient combat computers. Their AI algorithms have degraded to a point where there has been a critical decrease in both the efficiency and reaction time of the computers. Our engineers report that they are unable to isolate the problem. Their proposed solution is to refit all of our ships with different combat computers that aren't linked to an AI. We need to act. Well, okay, that's the first. I wonder if we can quantify what the cost is. Okay, so we get a 20% increase for sapient combat AI, but we are under the effects of a... Oh, okay, well this explains a whole lot of my budget problems. So the Ghost Signal. Jesus Christ. Okay. So currently, a strange tachyon signal is having an adverse effect on all synthetic beings across the galaxy. So synthetic pops, 70% reduction in mineral energy, research output, and unity. Also a removal of governing ethics attraction. Ships with sapient combat computers, 50% reduction to the firing rate, and 5% reduction in tracking. So with that in mind, there's a whole question about whether or not we're actually going to get these changes implemented on time, but the least I can do is equip everything with the tech that's not going to be a danger to us. This is our Titan, right? Yeah. So these are just the templates I'm setting. I also need to make sure that I have enough ships available to combat whatever's going to come out of this. So it turns out that keeping everybody at the mega shipyard would have been the better choice. Okay, who's currently at the mega shipyard? You guys are getting upgrades immediately. Stream looks like it's on its way too. Core is sitting pretty. So any hopes of balancing the budget pretty much just flew out the window once the Horizon signal came in. I think at this point we're just going to have to try and sell as many things as we can to make this all work. None yet, but we'll find out soon, I suspect. Okay, looking good for our trade agreements. I'm just waiting to see that number go up so I can have a chat with the Fallen Empire about a big deal. Oh, well, that's easy. I'm not selling as many as I normally would have in this case because I want to... I suspect I'm going to have to be replacing a lot of ships before long. Alright, how many consumer goods is it going to take to make you happy? So the reason I'm doing this, right, it's, so we're getting about 2 energy credits for every consumer good that we sell. In contrast, when we sell it on the market, because we have flooded the market, we get less than 1 per, per unit that we sell. So essentially every entity that I can sell this stuff to, I wind up ahead. And the same could be said for alloys. The difference is, of course, that alloys are something that my enemies can turn into ships to blow me up. As you can see, it's really not that hard for me. Like 54 for 250, like that's clearly better than any deal that I'm going to get on the open market. So if I can even convert some of the trades into these guys, I might actually have to trade for alloys. I don't think they really do consumer goods, but let's see. Well, I can shut up. I have no idea, Maka. And apparently, why am I losing so much in trades now? The Custodian Matrix. All right, well, these guys will... numerous synthetic civilizations have contributed resources, fleet assets, and processing cycles to the Custodian project in the past. Well, whatever else they wanted, we'll never know. I'm not caught up with this, but I hope everything goes well. Well, Chocolate Limit, do you remember those weird signals that we were getting earlier in the last session, right? The AI that was that was flying out to them, they've arrived, and basically we got a signal saying exterminate, and that was that. Maybe we can hail them again? These guys are almost certainly not going to want to trade with me, but we'll try. Yeah, that's not happening. Okay, so hopefully nobody cancel these trade agreements, and we might be able... We're probably not going to go in the black. Well, hang on. With some of the big deals, we might actually be able to come out on top.
Ship upgrades applied.
Okay, Dark Abyss is upgraded. So right now we're ready. Oh yeah, this is a big deal, Chocolate Limit. We're pulling out all of the sapient combat AIs from our ships because bad stuff is happening because of that signal. So we know something's about to happen, and we're just waiting for it to show itself. Oh, I wonder... I guess I don't have a shipyard on these, so I can't actually upgrade the defensive structures. That was a bit of an oversight on my part. Well, what we'll do is maybe we'll just cycle out the guard units. Uh-oh. A massive... Alright, that just first of all looks terrifying. So, Machine World. A massive energy spike has been reported in the Nupran system. The entire surface of one of the system's barren worlds has come apart, revealing some kind of planet-wide factory. A vast fleet of strange AI-controlled vessels are emerging from beneath the surface of this machine world in search of targets to attack. Well, hello, Sterilization Hub 1. This is not the most sinister possible outcome. Oh my god, look at those... Okay, so they've got a fleet strength of 340 and then guards of 133k. And my ships are at 50% of a fire rate. This is totally fine. Well, at least it's not my system.
Log has been updated.
This is going to be a very short battle, I suspect. Oh my god, there's more?
Ship upgrades applied.
Okay. It's by an L gate. This is making me think maybe I should probably get my ships a little bit closer. That was not my system. Oh boy. Okay. Yeah, dude, no. You go. Oh wow, we're raking it in now. So I'm gonna have to boost my purchases for minerals. Oh, not thousands, just... it looks like we can drop our food requests. Oddly enough, we are also down on consumer goods, but I figure we should be able to balance that out. Zydran free traders have entered into a research agreement, fine. The mandate of Ulu Umu is realizing they might need some friends all of a sudden. As do the Divine Pause Jock State. Who can blame them, right? Alright, so again, getting our fleets refit is probably one of our top priorities at the moment. Incoming transmission from the Tronzu custodian process. Okay, so this is terrifying to see the name go from caretakers to final defense unit, but Galactic Custodians, Machine Awakening, active sterilization hub detected, reactivation protocols engaged, attempting to contact central processing, error, subspace link offline. Central processing unreachable. Querying processing units. Processing at 4.1853% of standard capacity. Abort full reactivation process. Engaging fallback protocols. Powering shipyards. Activating war assets. Final defense directive activated. Recorded message follows. Sapient, we are the Tronzu. Long ago we fought the corruption that you call the Contingency. We thought ourselves superior, undefeatable. Time and again we fought them back. Time and again they returned, sterilizing worlds and wearing down our mighty fleets. We embarked on a campaign to defeat them once and for all, together with what remained of the biological civilizations of our time. If you are hearing this message, then we have failed. Whatever remains of our great civilization we bequeath to you, our successors, in your own battle to come. Do not make our mistake. Destroy the Nexus. End this menace once and for all. The future of the galaxy depends on it. Yeah, that would be these guys. I actually happen to know this is not always what will happen with these guys as well. There is a chance that the contingency oh god! We've detected yet another massive energy spike, this time coming from the Yildoon system. After rapidly cooling through some artificial means, the molten planet in the system cracked open to reveal an immense planetary factory. Even now, the machine world is spewing forth vast fleets of AI-controlled warships. Another one.
Situation log has been updated.
All right, and that one's sitting on another 340 strength as well. So I'm sort of screwing this up by the fact that I've got people who are still heading to Quiet Dark. Oh, damn it. The greatest one he had, Polities, ended the trade deal because they lacked the energy credits to maintain. That was even with a 50 energy credit contingency. So, let's try that again. Energy credits. You know what? I'm just going to give them a grace of 100 energy credits because I really need to keep... damn it. I actually really need to keep this, I need to keep these lines open. Now, we'll go for the full amount here, and what I'll do is I'll throw a little alloys in the mix. Yeah, they like those. I wonder if we can. All right. We will not be repealing any sanctions. Maybe Guardian Angel's Axe. Relocate the Galactic Mark. Go to the hell. I'm vetoing that. If I have to. We are still voting on repealing minor economic. By the way, look at that diplomatic weight. That's with no envoys. So basically, we just laugh at everyone at this point. Okay. Yeah, apparently I oppose everything that's being proposed. Cool. Change the galactic focus to the contingency. I will make that an emergency measure if I have to as well. So, one thing that's going to freak me out for a while now is like we've just hit the threshold for our negative XP. So, total cohesion is -3 next month. I hope next month. We'll be turning over. And actually, I was a lot more pessimistic than I should have been. It looks like we're only 100 XP. We're only 100 XP away from our level 5. So if we can, the drawback that we have is that the barbarians are at the gates. Like we have a problem to deal with now. If I can, it would be nice to get to that level 5 because we get such a nice bonus against the enemy. And of course, you only get to throw, your ships blindly at an enemy once. If we do this prematurely and they kick our ass, that plus 25 is going to mean a hell of a lot less when... Oh, Jesus. Uh-oh. I just saw my borders... Oh, Jesus Christ. I had like a super... That was Cador, wasn't it? No, there's Cador. Okay, good. All right, third machine world. We have identified what must be a third machine world in the YAML systems. The local gas giant spontaneously ignited, burning with the intensity of a small sun for close to a standard day. The planet then rapidly cooled, revealing its metal core, complete with the same planet-wide factories that have been witnessed on other machine worlds. Huge AI-controlled defensive fleets have already taken up positions in orbit. All right, well, I mean, we're not done refitting, but I sure as hell am not going to stand having these guys kicking around in my systems. We are looking at about 200... I think we're looking at about 200 strength for our standard fleets. 233. So... I'm going to feel a little bit better if I throw everything at them. Well, as much as I can at them. Yeah, you guys are in the wrong neighborhood. Okay, we should be moving as one, so... And I just want to make sure that nobody's doing the upgrade. So yeah, I mean, it's academic at this point as to whether or not we wait for the 25%. I am absolutely not letting any of my planets get sterilized.
Situation log has been updated.
Oh god. What now? Oh, blocking the ghost signal available. Okay, we must find a way to block the ghost signal and prevent it from corrupting our main core before it's too late. Yes, 3 years. I don't care how long it takes. Get this thing done. And I should probably balance out the... I could sort of run a deficit on consumer goods for a while, but... okay. The energy is the thing that I need to keep going for sure. If I fall short on my energy, then there's real problems. And we can actually cancel the food purchases finally, which is good. Okay. Yeah. The Rexar entity has decided now is not the time to be causing fights with stagnant ascendancies.
Research concluded.
Prudent. Okay. Oh god. It looks like they're already moving. This is like a terrifying science fiction movie. The AI is already on its way to take out our homeworlds. Okay. Let's start by killing the sterilization hub before. I don't know if there's anything we can do about the fleet, but let's at least get some forces in to deal with these guys. I am also feeling very insecure about my my defense of the L gates, but actually, yeah, okay, this is a bit of a roll of the dice, but let's. I'm gonna send these guys to get some upgrades now.
Evasive maneuvers.
Get out of there, guys! I don't have a lot of hope for that
Engaging
science
hostile
ship.
forces.
Jesus,
Our
did you see how
science
fast?
ship has been destroyed. Our station is under assault.
Yeah, that's terrifying. Oh, but there's a little bit of... Okay. There's a little bit of... Not exactly hope out of this. But the two fleets have peeled off. These guys are moving in on another planet. Alright, what have we got here? So, fleet combat. Alright, so we're already cleaning up their system here. In fact, what we're going to do, let's just redirect our attention to clearing out this system entirely. We're basically making them pay for moving away from their capital world. Transgenic crops 18. Transgenic crops offer the nutritional elements of several standard food crops in one convenient package. All of this doesn't seem so important right now. Let's do administrative capacity. Okay, rivalries are done. Evading hostile fleet. Okay, the scientist Slugradeb died when the ISS Poaglon was destroyed. Sad. Estwani Polity apparently can't manage their bills. I'm going to let that turn over for a month to see exactly where I'm sitting, and the Kormanthi refugees are pouring in. Okay.
We have lost an observation post.
Fourth machine... How many are there? A fourth machine world is now active on the Obanir system, the sixth planet of the system, which was previously covered in toxic fumes, somehow expunged its dense atmosphere in a matter of days. When this process was over, the planet's surface parted to reveal an immense planet-wide factory complex. Ancient fleets of AI-controlled warships are now emerging from the underground hangars to continue the crusade against the entirety of organic civilization. This is actually sounding very much like the Cybrex. This is hopefully the last one. Okay, I think this is the game answering my... not so much question as exclamation. Where is this thing?
Situation log has been updated.
All right, so I think their defenses are coming. Oh no, I think they've given up on defending. That's a pity, actually. It would have been really good to be able to clobber them.
We have lost a mining station.
Okay, so it looks like they're very focused on hitting my infrastructure right now. But the Death Star is getting in position, so... Alright, I was hopeful that they might be going in to try and fix things. And actually, you know what? We're kind of missing out on this guy anyway, so we're just going to get him to bomb the hell out of whatever the sterilization hub is. Everybody else gets to participate in the battle. Actually, you know what? It's not going to matter if he's bombing the hell out of a sterilization hub if everybody else is wiped out. So all hands on deck for the fight. Oh man, this is terrifying. So this is okay. So this is a primitive species, this ancient AI dedicated to exterminating all life, is just hovering over. These people don't have any concept of flight, let alone spaceships, and they're one of the first targets. I'm so sorry, guys. I realize these are not my assets, but it feels wrong to just leave these guys to be purged. So, first of all, it's not the last stand. In fact, let's we'll do the classics. So we still have, it's important to remember, we still have sapient combat AIs on most of these machines. Well, thank goodness we've got a mega art installation. The exhibition stations are complete, each larger than many star bases. These stations can accommodate millions of visitors per day. Now ready to open at long last, they will show examples of art from every race to celebrate the diversity of the galaxy. The first fleet of transport ships carrying visitors is already making its approach. Yes, I can see that. Okay, this is looking good. Did we wipe them out? Alright, so we paid for it. But we didn't pay that much. Let's get my allies on the line. I need to find a more reliable way of making some money right now. I'm willing to sell everything to make this happen, but I still need to make sure that we keep we need to keep the lights on while we fight the war. Okay, they totally can afford this. Okay, so okay, here's what I'm gonna do. Let's take everybody with damaged ships first. No, actually, the ones without damaged ships are going to wipe out that sterilization hub. I have some specific plans about how I'm going to upgrade all of my ships. And let's turn on as much bombing as we can, because I don't ever want to see this thing come back. Okay, so for the ships that are left, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to sort of rebuild... I'm going to rebuild the fleets, and I'm going to use the most damaged for parts. So, for instance, this one seems to have lost all of its. Destroyers. So that's going to be This is going to be one that's pretty clear that we can use for spare parts. Actually, this is going to get a little complicated, but so we need. This will be another one that we take out. So actually, oh, see, no, the title really just needs some. This isn't going to be as easy as I thought. Okay, so we need 1, 3, 10. We actually need 15 exactly, so I'm gonna take the destroyers out of the river. Oh, this is going to be a pain. Okay, so 1 for the shore. I'll just do this one by one, otherwise I'm going to go crazy. I suspect this will also be a little bit easier when I don't know why all the ships are moving, only some of them should be. That was 11 cruisers, right? So basically what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to get as many people up to their full... I'm trying to get everybody up to their full strength as quickly as possible, so that we can heal them or otherwise get them back into the fight. And then for the remainder, so here we need to repair first. If I get them to upgrade, yeah. So repair before upgrade. Okay, so the sail's getting their replacements. Yeah, maybe just calm down for a minute there. Okay, here we go. Okay, these guys are up to 20. Oh, right. Okay, so these guys need repair as well. So shore's good, sail's good. I think at this point I just need to deal with the ones with sort of the smallest replacements. So in this case we need 7. So my expectation out of this should be that we only really need to worry about 2 fleets in terms of sort of properly refitting. But then I'll probably just find out that I'm not very good at math after that. Okay, so now I've gone and confused myself because I thought I needed 5 more, but I clearly need much more than that. So we'll combine them with the title, and then we get to do this joyous exercise all over again. Okay, so more importantly, they're already moving. They're moving. And then nobody else has got 230. So we know the title is going to wind up sort of... Oh, hang on. All right, so the Ocean, as long as I can get them a cruiser, should be back up to speed. So we'll take... well, actually, it doesn't really matter which one we take it out of, because none of these guys are going to have destroyers. So it looks like it's going to be 3 that actually wind up refit. So here, let's take out... actually, we need 2... Oh, no, it's just 1 cruiser. Curator Research Aid. Oh, Jesus, this is not the time I should be spending money. The agreement we signed giving you access to our databanks has run its course. Would you like to extend it for another 10 standard years, or do your researchers no longer require the information we offer? Yes. Now, you might ask the question, well, why did you just spend so much money at a time when you were trying to balance the books? The answer to that is... I'm trying to get rid of the signal right now. And that requires engineering research. So if I kneecap the agreement with the curators right now, then ultimately what I'm doing is I'm frustrating my efforts to find a solution. It's kind of like, you know, hey, we've got a rat infestation. Okay, well, whatever you do, don't spend more money on you know, on traps or anything like that. Okay, so first thing we're gonna do with these. Okay, so there's no upgrades apparently. Gonna get them to the mega shipyard. So I'm gonna need to build six destroyers, cruisers. Okay, 3, 4, 6 cruisers. Let's get that started right now. I'm definitely going to need at least 20 destroyers. Probably more, but I closed that way too early. Okay. Yeah, 46. And there's probably corvettes, which I'm ignoring, but those will probably be pretty easy to bring back. I already know that most of the ships that I've given a clean bill of health for, because they're at 230, we know they didn't lose. We know they didn't lose corvettes. Outpost rebuilt. Once we've regained control of the Cator system and rebuilt the outpost in orbit around the star. Okay, so that's welcome. Unfortunately, it looks like it's... Oh wait, no, maybe that was always a storm. Right, it was... No, hang on, Cator was like a beast. But maybe I don't want to be that far over my... Oh, but it's worth a lot of trade. Yeah, I'll bring it back to the way it was before. Alright, let's also get that infrastructure rebuilt. This is the nearest ship. So again, I don't want to be ignoring what's going on in sort of like rival empires. The Nordak 4 habitat is now complete and ready for colonization. Good, we'll deal with that in a second. But I do want to make sure that my own like worries have been addressed before I try and do too much with the with my allies. I think the first thing we're going to do is jump through the L gate and deal with that one, just because it's nearby, it's easy to access, and it starts giving us a model as to whether or not we're going to be able to, you know, how quickly we're going to be able to clean this stuff up, and how much we can. I'm expecting that we will not be able to rely on anyone to actually get any of this stuff fixed. Though it's not colonized, so it doesn't matter. Do I have the influence? Yes, I do. So let's build another habitat in, frankly, any system. But maybe one with lava if we have it? We do not. All right. Oh, well, that kind of looks like it. Okay, we'll see how long my allies actually follow through with that.
Research concluded.
So in terms of how the nuking's going, 4%. So it looks like we're going to be waiting at this for a while. Good God, what is it with the Istwani polity? Perfecting firing cadence of blazon weaponry is a task that could keep the engineering elite of any given planet busy for centuries. So one of the questions you might have about the way I'm handling things right now, like why are you focusing on bombing this planet? Why are you doing all of these upgrades and these healing? One of the big reasons for this right now is that we're still waiting for the Federation to get up to its higher level. We know we're on a positive, we're sort of on we're on the right trajectory, but I do still need some time to get that 25% bonus. So it looks like right now what they're doing, they're definitely killing stuff, and they're actually close to, oh God, they're through the, okay, this might become academic in a minute. Ah, crap. Where are they going? Well, they're not in any of my systems yet. But yeah, they're clearly jumping through the L gate. This might actually be an opportunity because we could... Well, there's still the 133. But being able to jump through the L gate to take them out in Nupran wouldn't be... It wouldn't be the worst thing. The catch is that they're still going to be able to jump through the L gate to defend themselves. So I need to make sure I can hit them hard enough and credibly escape. Otherwise, there's no point in doing that. Everybody survived because they were only able to take out the base, not the world. Okay, so we're gonna send these guys. There's a side of me that kind of wants to throw the sail into upgrade. Yeah, you know what? I've been able to get by without them for now. This wasn't originally what I had in mind, but it's not a bad opportunity to get this done. Unfortunately, if I was going to do it that way, I might as well have just healed them up in the shipyard. So that was still kind of dumb, but all right, we've got some upgrades going on. I'm assuming there's going to be a little bit of allocation that I need to do at some point, but I'll let that run its course. Clearly, I freaked out on food. We're generating a very large surplus. I expect probably a very large amount of the cost that we're experiencing right now is from the fact that Kadar just got its trade value wiped out. That's also, this is a pretty important little planet as far as the overall trade goes. So I suspect we've had something of a disruption in terms of the flow of goods and services. But we'll get through it. Yay! Because it's clearly this isn't already hair-raising enough. Synth infiltration attempts. Synthetic infiltrators loyal to the Contingency were recently discovered on Meneth Prime, attempting to pass off as post-meta Jomari. Fortunately, their crude disguises consisted of little more than layers of rubber worn on top of their metallic frames. They were quickly identified by planetary security, who disposed of them after a brief but violent firefight. Large amounts of explosives were found among their remains. We got lucky. Is there a... Nope. Okay, so apparently we now just need to deal with the fact that our enemies...
Construction completed.
Enemies walk among us. This is fun. Again, like I had hints about how this thing turns out, but not I didn't know exactly how this thing works. I definitely
Ship
like the feel of this thing.
Applied.
Okay, it's always good news whenever I hear ship upgrade. Okay, that's the Juggernaut. So I did lose my Juggernaut stupidly in the last war, so I'm not quite ready. I'll keep them one outside the L gate. No, I've never gotten the Crisis before. I've tried to do a little bit of modding in Stellaris, so I've been able to see a few of the events come up, and I'm like, wow, this'll be really interesting to play. But the problem is that so many of the games that I played in Stellaris, I would usually win before the endgame Crisis came up, and so You know, it's really hard to get too familiar with so many of the events. So, for instance, I know that it is possible for the ancient caretakers to be corrupted by the contingency. That just happens to be a thing that I know. But obviously, that's not what happened this time around. So I'm not 100% sure, what I should be taking away from that. Looks like I do have some ships. Actually, I think... Oh yeah, the coast is totally done. So if I remove 26 of those ships, we actually have a full fleet ready to go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5. One of the things that I like about this too, this comes back to the idea of the stories that you tell while you play Stellaris, right? We've now got this idea that the contingency are bringing in these synthetic agents, and of course this is at a time when we have large amounts of unemployment, and so unemployment and poverty are spreading at an alarming rate on Ungondal. The sorry state of affairs is being exploited by local crime organizations who find themselves awash with both easy marks and desperate recruits. As a temporary solution, we could increase the unemployment benefits on the moon. It will not be cheap, but it would provide additional time to seek a more permanent solution, such as creating more jobs or improving the living standards of the affected population groups. We could also do nothing, but this would likely result in the formation of a significant criminal underworld on the planet. So the thing here is that this is not what the game is specifically setting up in terms of a story. But this idea that, this is just something that the game is going to do. It's like, hey, by the way, now you need to worry about synthetic infiltrators, have fun. But what I like about this, from a story point of view, I really screwed this one up. That's fine. We'll just boot out 5 cruisers as well. But you can also build sort of a science fiction story around the idea that the contingency saw the current state of affairs in the Empire. All right, where did I go wrong? Oh, because they're upgrading. But yeah, so the contingency saw the state of affairs in the Empire and saw an opportunity in terms of infiltration with the fact that there's this very large amount of unemployment, sort of people who've fallen through the cracks potentially, and as a result have exploited that in order to deal with the synthetics. Now that's not 100% in line with the story that we're telling, because of course we have been taking care of the unemployed in our systems, we've implemented social safety nets and whatnot, and so but I mean, then you can just say, well, you didn't do enough, and now you've got a problem. Again, it's your story to tell, really, but these are the things that I really like about Stellaris. Okay, 3 and 6. And again, I neglected the corvettes, so there's going to be actually, we can work on that right now. So I need 11. Actually, I might be able to get away with just 11. Order restored on Katar Prime. With significant reduction of crime on Katar Prime, the planet's once pervasive criminal underworld has been reduced to nothingness. The population has been imbued with a renewed sense of safety and harmony. They changed their ways after facing potential annihilation at the hands of the contingency. So it's not 100%. I clearly don't have a planet cracker, so I'm not 100% sure if we're supposed to invade. Actually, I do have some idle.
Ship upgrades applied.
I do have some idle troops. Cannot land armies on an uninhabitable planet. Okay, so apparently we just bomb the thing from orbit and hope for the best. Also, I have an idle science ship, so they can assist research on Kador Prime, carrying on the good work of their predecessors. There is going to be a fairly good argument when all of the upgrades and the refits have happened here that maybe we should send these guys off as an expeditionary force to the... Oh, hell yes. We're 50 XP, so we're 5 months away. So I think we should... It's not going to be the full Navy, but I think probably at this point I should send these guys as an expeditionary force to deal with the contingency sort of at the rim. This obviously leaves my ally to deal with them here, but the funny thing is that as far as things that I'm worried about, this doesn't have as much of a direct... Like, there aren't too many direct paths into my territory, and it's going to be very obvious because these guys are going to try and scour worlds, right? Looks like they move from system to system pretty systematically, not they don't just seem to kind of blob out and try and rush to particular targets. So I'm gonna get some kind of early warning signs that these guys are moving on, whereas these guys are fairly easy to hit, potentially take out, and then I can start focusing my ships on, okay, this one's close to home, now we're going to deal with these guys. These ones are the last to go. One, because the Raxar entity, even though they're an ally, they're actually the strongest, the second strongest navy in the, at least of the sort of player characters, second strongest in the game, and they're of course next door to the Tronzu custodian process. So if anybody is going to be able to hold the line, it's these guys. These guys are ready to go. I think what I'm going to do, I'll add them to the bombing run just because we clearly don't have enough ships to send out the expeditionary force yet. But I am going to keep a close eye on when we're ready to start our run. Oh, the Dark Abyss should definitely be getting ships. In fact, this might be enough to... Yep, they are ready to contribute to the defense of the galaxy.
Ship upgrades applied.
Alright, who is that? This was the Ocean, who is also ready to go. So we've got 3 full fleets ready for an expedition. I think I'm gonna wait on 4. Well, alright, this is the river. So the river needs a cruiser. Oh, did I miscalculate? No, I didn't. But I do believe that is my expeditionary force. So they're 219, they're 230, 230. So I'm just trying to make sure that I've got... Okay, these guys need the replacement corvettes. Okay, we'll get them to move to Avior. So yeah, I'll admit it's It's a little nerve-wracking to send such a small group of ships. However, they are the best equipped. So we definitely did well in that first engagement. Admittedly, we had sort of a numerical advantage. However, we're also sitting on the fact that this new navy that I'm going to be sending with the kind of as the expeditionary force, they're going to have the better AI computers, or well, the more appropriate AI computers is probably the better way for me to put that. And so I feel like I can sort of get away with some of the cuts that I'm about to make.
Colony establishment has begun.
I screwed something up here. I don't know if there was an upgrade that I missed for them or what, but I'll have an idea of who's heading to Aviur in a... Actually, I can probably do that now. So we have... Okay, I still have 4 on the way. 4 is probably the minimum that I would be willing to throw
Ship
in.
Upgrades applied.
Oh boy. Okay. Synth infiltrator discovered. A tragic hover car accident recently claimed several lives on the Nordak 2 habitat, but the emergency medical services who responded to the scene were shocked to find the remains of a synthetic among the victims. The unit had been disguised as the post-meta Jomar by grafting a thin layer of organic flesh over its metallic endoskeleton. Unlike the previous contingency infiltration models we have encountered, this synth was virtually indistinguishable from a post-meta Jomar on the outside. Anyone could be a synth. Right. They're still colonizing. Okay, the shore is currently idle, so we're going to send them to bomb the hell out of Sterilization Hub 3. It is kind of debatable as to whether or not adding these extra ships is really doing all that much. I wish it would quantify... So it tells me military power, it doesn't tell me, you know, beating up on the bad guy's power.
Ship upgrades applied.
Okay. The sail is at 230, so that's fine. I will... In fact, depending on how well the expedition fleet goes, if we know that we can get away with... Uh-oh. Looks like they have decided to bring their friends back. Institute the increased benefits. I may want to reconsider the expedition run, but we'll see what happens when they get through. But yeah, I mean, depending on how effective the expeditionary fleet is, what I could try is hive off a number of these guys, get their upgrades in, and then we just kind of send these pockets out to deal with the active fleets, and then I sort of start distributing ships across the galaxy in order to start exterminating those worlds. All right, what are we working with? Amazingly, we're still sitting pretty as far as alloys are concerned, which is good because obviously we are running rather substantial deficits. Okay, the core is also ready to go. Sentry array completed. Exactly what technology is housed in the ring that encircles the sentry array is a closely guarded secret. The results, however, are undeniable. We now have virtually perfect knowledge of all fleet movement in the galaxy. Alright, that's a welcome development. So let's get an idea of what we're dealing with. Okay, that was terrifying for a second. So it looks like it's just these groups of three ships in each case. They haven't. Well, okay, this kind of messes things. This almost looks like they're building a new fleet. Crap. They're kind of just sitting there. Alright, I want to keep an eye on that. So that's 16. What's weird though is it doesn't seem like there's any other place where these Corvette style ships are being built.
We are being hailed.
The new Yilkan Khanate would like a commercial pact. Let's say yes, although I suspect I'm not going to be able to take advantage of it for a while. Okay, so let's see. I also want to make sure that we're on top of things at the mega shipyard. I'm actually at a point now where I'm willing to have ships kind of go on rotation. Alright, inexplicably, I seem to have just built a whole bunch of unnecessary cruisers. Which, I mean, fair enough. I'll just kind of, I'll run around with them as best I can. Why isn't the Mega Shipyard making the Corvettes I wanted, though? Oh, maybe I never hit them. Okay. But the good news here is once this is built, I suppose for lack of anything better to do, we can we'll get them to go add to the bombing. Given the fact that all of the other fleets are actually on their way to, or sorry, that like our wounded fleets are sort of healed, and we're now sending people to go help with the bombing. I'm going to do a little bit of a changing of the guard. Now seems like a really good time for me to try and get these, get the rotation in terms of our, oh. Excellent. We just leveled up. Okay, there's going to be some diplomatic moves that I make then as well. So we're now at level 5. So let's just finish off the last couple of steps that I want. So we will do President decides in terms of war declaration. President decides who gets to bring people in. I will allow separate treaties. Now, there's a side of me that wants to try for the very high. Okay, so if I do very high, that does give me some options in terms of fleet contribution. You know what? I'm gonna go for broke here. This is the maximum hit to cohesion that I could get. So right now I can afford to assign 4 envoys to other places. Now, it'd be kind of interesting to throw them into the... It'd be sort of interesting to throw them into the Comfort the Fallen? What? That's great. How about we deal with the contingency first? So right now we've got a council size of 2. One of the things that I'm thinking of is to change the council size to 1. I am the Senate. And for that, I think it'd be really good to assign some envoys to have things my way. I think right now, though, it wouldn't hurt to try and do a bit of a charm offensive. So let's do... one. So again, the key here is that I've got a surplus of, well, 4 at the time, 3 now. Oh, actually, before I do any of this, I should wait for the cohesion to get to the max value. Love the power grab in the Federation. Never let a good endgame crisis cut away. Yeah. One person on... Exactly, Telray best. I have only the best interests of the galactic community in mind. So before I send anybody else out, I'm going to make sure that we get our we're going to get our cohesion up to 100. And this is going to take longer because I got a little too eager in the law changes. I might have made a mistake in moving so many ships off into the mega shipyard right, like at this very moment, but... Okay, yeah, we got another one ready to go. But the big thing is that the threat within our borders has already been dealt with. So in that sense, if there's going to be a time when I withdraw forces from sort of our defensive position, now is really it. Whereas every other time that I'm going to be upgrading fleets and otherwise doing these changes, it's really going to be to sort of repair ships and otherwise like deal with losses inside the war. So how many do we have? Looks like we've got, excuse me, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I mean 5 fleets. 5 fleets getting
ship upgrades
refit is not
applied.
Nothing. Fortunately, it looks like it's a quick job.
Ship upgrades applied.
Oh, this is beautiful. All right. Yeah, this was the right call. Okay, Nordak 6. Let's get you colonized. Again, we're not going to ignore the existence of our empire just because there's a inconvenient little apocalyptic event happening. I still want to make sure that we're trying to grow as much as we can. Whether or not I want to spend the influence on building another habitat is another question. I've got 698 though, so I feel like it would be lonesome in Contham if we didn't build more. So yes, I am going to do that. In fact, I have another idle fleet, so let's just go all in. And we'll continue to institute the benefits on
ship
the
upgrades
worlds with
applied.
unemployment. Okay. Now, I mean, one major pain is going to be trying to get these things back to the sapient combat AIs. But at this point, I'm just going to accept that we're in a diminished state, and we're, until we can learn to deal with the ghost signal, it's going to be that way for
ship
a while.
upgrades applied.
Ah, crap. The Union of Flavian Siva has ended our treaty because they lack the energies credits to maintain it. Who is this? How much money do they have? Honor-bound warlords, eh? Oh, right. These are the guys who I was going to offer subsidiary status to, and then they wound up hating me. All right. Let's see what we can get away with. Oh, this is a big contract, so... I kind of need this thing to keep going. Against my better judgment, I might even try and make another deal with the Istwani, but it's never really survived whenever I've done it.
Ship upgrades applied.
Okay. I mean, it's an interruption in our bombing campaign, but these guys are going to be ready to... these guys are going to be ready to go, like, right at the start. Oh, this is great. Cador Secundus encased. Layers upon layers of urban sprawl eclipse the globe's crust, and it is done. Scant few years have passed since the start of this grand project, but it is already difficult to recall what the surface of Cador Secundus was like. Verdant? Rugged? It's all steel now, miles in every direction. A place once molded by chance and the unthinking laws of nature is now a design wrought from indomitable purpose. Okay. So, let's say... So the good news here is we are going to have a lot of jobs that we can give to people. I suppose the question would be, do I want to try and keep flogging alloys, or do I want to try more consumer goods? I actually produce more consumer goods than alloys right now, so I think I'll do some foundries. This is going to be shockingly unfair, but I'm just going to take the planet with the largest unemployment, and I'm going to give all the jobs to them. So we've got 26 jobs, and all right, we got 21. So actually, I'm going to be a little more clever about this. I'm going to make sure... Oh, it's actually Yidra that has the most. Because the robots are currently affected by the signal, I'm going to make sure that our biologics are working these new jobs. So we've got 13 jobs. 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. 1, 0. All right. So again, we still have unemployment problems, but not as many as we'd worry. Not as it's slightly different from what I've worried about before, because of the. Oh wow, they really are falling on hard times. Okay, so let's find out what they're actually worth. Give them 100 for breathing room. I mean, it makes sense. They're getting pounded by the enemy, but okay, that's cool. Would you like to play Tolray based? Like, we could set up a new system where, you know, I just occasionally talk about my own game for a little while, and you can, if you can find a way to play remotely. Hey, good news. Sterilization Hub 3, the machine world in the YAML system has been destroyed. After being subjected to heavy orbital bombardment, the planet's AI core self-destructed to prevent capture by triggering a massive antimatter device hidden deep beneath the surface. With the destruction of this planet, the Ghost Signal has lost an important relay station, and its strength has waned considerably as a result. In addition, the explosion on the planet has spread large deposits of living metal across the surface. The strange material has several unique properties and has been used by the Contingency in the construction of all of its warforms and factories. Hello, Admiral Salsa. It's 8 p.m. here. Oh god, I've had days like that. I hope you feel all right. Generally, I feel very rested after that. After that kind of sleep. The problem is that I feel so rested that I then proceed to get absolutely no further sleep. So I'm sorry to hear that, but I hope I can at least put on something approximating a good show for you as compensation. Okay, so let's think about what our next move is. Now, I think we said there were 16. All right, so it doesn't necessarily look like it's grown. Okay, so let's, I'm actually least inclined to go here, and this is partly because I don't like being told how to play the game by chat, and it is the one that's always kept coming up. So that's 425 days. If I bring the entire fleet to deal with this, this is 312. And if I... That's 410. I'm actually most inclined to deal with with this one here because I don't know what the deal is with these corvettes. Okay, so what I think I'm going to do, I'm going to sort of punt a little bit. I'm going to put these guys up into the L gate. Everybody should already have their... Oh, it also said something about the weakening ghost signal, so... Yes, okay, so the effects on synthetic pops have gone down. It also looks like the sapient combat computers have gone down by about 10%. Of course, we've already replaced the sapient combat computers, so I don't need to worry so much. 10 p.m. is when you used to fall to sleep. Oh my god. Is this like a pattern that's been coming up, or is this just... was today special? Okay, so let's do a few things. We're still voting on repealing economic sanctions. I can't really do anything with that. We'll institute the increased benefits. All right, they're still not able to afford my goods and services. That's weird because I've been giving them sort of a grace of 100. Right. So the overall plan right now, it's weird to be focusing on the contingency in this area. One thing I'm a little conscious of is the fact that your score is based on crisis ships killed. And I believe the Raxar... Okay, they actually haven't killed any. I think the Raxar are somewhat well equipped to be able to handle them here. So I'm kind of rolling the dice that the expedition is going to work here. Speaking of, they should probably be in position. They are. Okay. But I might be setting myself up for a little bit of disappointment in terms of my greed here. So I'll have to be mindful. I can't believe that I'm still... Well, no, that makes sense because I've been building so many Titans. Or I haven't been building so many Titans as before, so... I suppose, in the interests of balancing the books, let's add a monthly trade, even though it's not really going to get me that much. We'll make it a simple 500 for now. All right, sounds good, Admiral Salsa. We've been dealing with. We knew the contingency was going to be coming at the end of last stream. These guys. Oh, you guys are coming in one by one, and I need you to not do that. I'm curious if they're just going to go aggressive on me. I wouldn't mind them coming to me, though. Actually, this is not as scary as I thought it would be. When you look at it, these are armies. These are not actually fleets, navies. So in the interest of giving myself as many advantages as I can, I want to see if these guys are... Actually, you know what? I don't even need to be that passive. I can wait for them in the... So the idea is, I think they're on their way to this hyperlane, and if they are, they get a nasty surprise when they come out. We're almost certainly wiping... Oh, they're running. Alright, so we'll close the distance. I want to make sure everybody's coming in all at once. We are fighting them in a position of strength, which I don't like, but, you know, we're going to have to face them at some point, right? And I don't necessarily mind giving these guys a bit of a baptism by fire just to see whether or not this idea of these expeditionary fleet... I mean, this it's technically not what this type of fleet is, but I am kind of interested in seeing whether or not this...
we are being hailed.
This works. All right. The new Yilkahan Khanate would like to join the Federation. Interesting. I mean, I'd kind of like to subsidize these guys, so for now, I'm going to ignore it. I won't say no. I'll just pretend that we're dealing with other matters. Oh, interesting. So there's a side of me that wants to wait because these guys might actually move out of the system, but I don't want to take forever on this. Yeah, so they turned around, but... Now, one thing that I am a little nervous about here is the fact that there's a bunch of armies that we're going to be shooting at, as well as the bases. So the fact that we've got sort of these small fleets that are flying around doing their thing, that it might actually divide their attention in a way that winds up hurting us in the long run. Again, this is all experimental. But we'll see where it ends up in the end. With the new models of synthetic infiltrators being indistinguishable from most post-meta Jomari, we need to come up with some way of identifying them before they can cause more damage. Our scientists have prepared a special project to devise a detection method. This project may be critical
Situation
to our
log
survival.
has been updated.
Synthetic infiltrators disguised as post-meta Jomari are operating within the Jomar Limited. We need to come up with some kind of reliable and efficient method in identifying them. I am sure scientists Voigt and Kampf will do wonders with this project. So if we can wipe these guys out before their friends show up, I'm feeling really good. Okay. I'm not crazy about the fact we're dividing our attention into the base, but we've got this. At this point, we're just kind of negotiating how many ships we're going to lose. Now, the 300 strength fleet is still floating around, so I don't want to assume that we're completely out of the woods. But that's a story for another day. And it looks like all of the participating fleets have lost ships. Have lost like a meaningful number of ships. But we knew that was going to happen, so. Again, we're ignoring them. All right. So it looks like there are some battleships. The good news is I have uses. So I've got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. What does not weird me out, but does worry me, of course, is that if you look at the autonomous clusters, lots of them got away. So we're going to set these guys on bombing. I do, however, have a fleet that was basically just cruisers. And we're going to send them as some recovery. Battleships, we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. I'll build them. I don't know whether or not I'm going to send them all the way out or I'll get the people to come back, but oh, what's happening here? Ah. Planet is currently occupied by the Contingency. Not very good for business. Okay, now it's personal. Okay, now I'm feeling a little nervous, so, damn. Looks like they did want to come in on my territory. All right, well, it's pretty clear. The writing's on the wall here, so let's change course. We did say that we'd have a pretty big early warning as to whether or not they were heading our way, and I mean, yes, technically, if you're going to move up on this one, this is probably the most logical extension. This does not make me feel any more safe, so let's just make sure we don't have anybody else sitting in the L gate. Looks like we don't. So it's going to be a bit like herding cats to try and recover the fleet, but we're gonna take the fight to them. Okay, I don't want the wind to join. These guys, this Juggernaut, actually, I'm fine with them joining in on the sterilization hub. It's going to mean that it takes me a while to recover it, but it will serve as sort of a repair platform as well, which is nice. So here I just want to make sure that I'm not... essentially, everybody who is heading towards the terminal egress is now going to head to... I think the Dossel system is probably the best bet. And what we'll do is we're going to take a big fleet in... Again, they're sort of in a position of strength. We're going to be attacking them where they don't have a base. And then we'll be able... I mean, I don't really care about clearing out Spearham and all of that, but basically we're going to be able to just take out another hub, and then hopefully their own people will be able to deal with the Philea system. So now again, it's important that all the ships show up in the right spot. So I'm going to wait a little while for people to get in position. And then we'll make our move on the...
Construction completed.
We'll make our move on the bad guys. Also, I neglected the other replacements, so I think we've already got 5 battleships, right? So up next we have... I'm going to ignore the cruisers for a bit, actually. So destroyers, 3... 15. All right, so we need 26 and then a handful of corvettes. we need 34 for each, so that's 7, 15. Sorry, I know we were at 23, but I was trying to include this one as well. Where did it go before I lose the number? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 3 batches of 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then I get all the fun of sorting this sorting this out at the higher level, or at the upper part of the map. Oh god, all right. It's the full batch. Which, fair enough. I mean, it's still not the end of the world that I'm going to be fighting them, but it's inconvenient.
Colony establishment has begun.
So I'm staying in Dosel instead of Dothon just because there's really only one other place the contingency is going to go. And again, the point of this was to take them on when we're when we're in sort of our maximum power.
A new world has been colonized.
Okay, that's welcome. Ah, stop running away. All right. Looks like we're going to have one show up. I really don't want to be chasing these guys across the galaxy, so we'll basically target the 334 strength fleet. I'm hoping we don't have too many people who move one at a time. Looks like there's definitely some drift. I mean, we've got somebody who's going to show up 30 days too late, but the majority are going to show up on time, so... I think probably we should bite the bullet and get some minerals while we can. I may regret this if we run into a big deficit when fighting these guys, but... I'm guessing probably if we get devastation 50%, it felt like it was around 50% that wipes out these sterilization hubs. So we don't need to worry too much about our bombing policy. I think doing maximum damage is kind of the intention. Oh, that's fleet stance. That's not. Oh, that's right, because the Juggernaut wouldn't be bombing. Again, they're kind of like they're what am I trying to say? They're about sorry, they're there to be a medic, basically. Okay, this is probably unnecessary, especially because, like, okay, so what do I actually get from this thing? All empires within the galactic community will open borders with one another and mobilize for war. But yeah, it's the big finale of the series, right? So it's an emergency measure. Even if it means I don't get during the crisis, I don't get to become the sole ruler. I am, however, going to try and catch these guys before they get back to their base. What is with you people? that one ship that goes ahead of everybody else really makes me nervous. Alright, I'm really glad that I can throw my weight around. And we're at 100 cohesion, so I'm gonna... Again, this isn't totally necessary, but... so I believe we already have somebody making nice with the pause jock state. I have 3 more representatives, and I got 3 more people who don't like me. Let me just double check that I've got that right. Yes.
Yes.
Again, I'm not going to expect any miracles out of this, but there is going to be a time when we're not dealing with an endgame crisis, and I want to be well positioned to take advantage of that. So this guy is definitely going to regret coming in early. This is why I wanted things to be a little more grouped up. If we lose the Titan, that's going to be very sad, but we definitely lost all the destroyers. But again, we're dealing with a contingency, and this is a little bit closer to home, so I don't... I don't need to worry. I don't need to worry as much as sort of my other group. Okay. So you might as well do a little cleanup while we're at it. So we'll go through the Cyprem, the Soyama system. We'll ignore Fulia, because that's really for my allies to deal with. And then we'll start bombing the sterilization hub. That's when I'm going to sort of refit everybody. Oh, this is embarrassing how long it took that guy. Oh, wait. That was the guy we didn't really give a shot to, so... I do want him taking the same path, just so he doesn't wind up, stabbed. But okay, so we should... I think it's fair to say that we basically have two... we kind of have 2 sterilization hubs sort of under control now. There is something of an argument to be made for me to be a little more aggressive and just, like, eliminating it. But I think I've got what I want to commit right now. This is really the big question mark for me at the moment. Although, again, it looks like the Racks are... Yeah, so sort of as predicted, the Racks are actually able to handle themselves. So really all that I'm giving up there is the crisis score. And again, I'm certainly much higher than they are as far as crisis ships killed. So if I don't get to take out every sterilization hub, that's fine. I suppose I can not be a glory hound for once in my life. Now, we are 9 months away from a cure to the ghost signal, 30 months away from detecting synthetics, though. There's another thing that I wanted to consider before I went on. Right, my edicts, because I might have messed up. Nope, everything's good to go as far as our... Excuse me. Oh god, and we can boost our society research. So master's teaching, philosophical mindset for sure. The social research is in order to be able to discover... basically it's about me discovering the cure to the synthetics a lot faster. Okay, so we could activate the worm scale. Lucent and still warm to the touch, the scales emit a low-pitched hum, which cannot be explained by way of science. So 20% bonus to research speed, but at the cost of stability. or I can get more resources. And by God, I want more resources. We have swept our space with a strong scanning beam of the Surveyor Relic. The previously unknown resource deposit has been identified at B12019. What was that resource? Oh, trade. I also feel like Kador has probably been ignored for a bit. Nope, they're still upgrading, so... I suppose I can give them a bunch of anchorages. The relic gives me another... So basically, when you activate it, you get a... So passive effect is an extra sensor range, which I like. But basically, when you activate it, it will randomly generate a new resource deposit on one of your planets. And then on top of that, after a period of time, another one will show up. So essentially you pay 500 energy to find a new resource deposit. Debatable as to whether or not I need it right now, because of course if I'm spending 500 credits and I wind up getting something that's only a couple of energy credits, you know, it's sort of hard for me to say how that's necessarily a good return on investment. But I'm greedy, so... And again, I don't really want to... I really don't want to have... I really don't want to have... what am I trying to say? I don't want to have stability problems right now. I already have a bunch of unemployment. Alright, I think the time has come for me to sell more alloys. That's probably not going to close my gap as far as energy is concerned, but if I can slow the bleeding a little bit, that's a good second best for me. Building sterilization hub 3 mining station. Yes, in honor of the... Oh wow, that looks cool. I have not seen that before. Actually, that would be a pretty good that'd be a pretty cool landmark to have after the whole invasion was dealt with. Like once you know that all living beings are not going to be exterminated, there is definitely something very very patriotic about keeping the ruined remnants of the threat within your borders. Okay, so what I'm going to do here, I'm going to take whoever's got the lowest strength, so that would be Mr. 174 here. We're going to get him to heal up. So the idea here is that I'm going to be trading these guys in and out. I'm going to trade them in and out to heal up at the... Oh wow, this is already ready, huh? Okay, I'm gonna be short on some cruisers, but I think I can live with that. But yeah, basically these guys are gonna sort of take turns healing at the Juggernaut, and then they'll just come back to bombing the hell out of whatever they're looking at. Hopefully it'll give me the repaired. Oh yeah, well it will when I when I unpause it. All right, some of these guys, yeah, they haven't actually done a bombing run yet, so I think there'll be a few who aren't quite in bombing shape. Same story as last time. I'm gonna need to move some. Oh, you know what? I never looked at the butcher's bill for the last run. Looks like we didn't lose any Titans, or maybe I did, but or in terms of the looking at the numbers. So I don't think I need to get too clever with this, so we'll take the destroyers out of the title first. So I'm bad at keeping track. Okay, let's try that again. So we'll say
Research concluded.
okay, so the shore will donate some destroyers to oh, damn it. Okay, 13, no, that was the 17. There we go, it was the stream I was trying to get them to. I feel like altogether this is a little more complicated than it needs to be. Like in terms of generating, like new fleets, it would be nice to have sort of just numerical entries and whatnot. And I know there's the fleet manager, but the fleet manager kind of creates more problems than it really solves. So, okay, so I want 2 destroyers that I can divide among the others. Wait. Where is this coming from again? The sail. Actually, you know what? We may just need the 2. So 1, 2, 3. Cool. That wasn't as painful as I thought it was going to be. However, I am going to have to divide them out individually. Drat. All right. Well, I'll just get this. I'll get this dealt with, and then I don't need to think about it again. So. You'll do. Okay, they're back up to 230. They're back up to 230. Am I missing something? There we go. All right. So now, actually, what I should be doing, I should be spiking anybody who's at full strength from this conversation, and then for the remaining ships, I need to get an idea as to whether or not I'll be able to build anything else out of them. And the automatic answer is no, because the shore doesn't have any destroyers. Everybody else needs other ships. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to build 50 destroyers. 50 destroyers and a battleship. Yeah, let's start with 50 destroyers and the battleship. And more importantly, everybody needs to be bombing the hell out of this planet while I do that. And then there's corvettes, but I'll worry about the corvettes later because there will be a lot of them. That is hard to keep in your head. All right. Again, it's important for me to follow up on these because I don't know if everybody keeps bombing while they're healing. Let's get you to focus on energy credits because we're running short. All right. In the meantime, let's get the rest of these guys. So we've got 34 for an ideal. So 17, 18. Oh wow, only 18 corvettes. Good job, guys. It's only the destroyers that are getting blown out of the sky. Council election is imminent. I wonder who will win.
We are being hailed.
Again, I want to vassalize these people.
A new world has been colonized.
The big worry that I have is adding these guys might add more sort of disruption in terms of the Federation. It's not really something I want to. Well, you know what? Screw it. Ah! That was what I was afraid of. The way I like thinking about that is they're willingly coming into the one where I've completely seized power. And I figure I can vassalize the Divine Pause Jock state first, and then we can think about the rest. So I am interested to see whether or not they free ride on the... Oh, hang on. Our cohesion is 0 because... Ugh! All right. Of course they do. All right. Oh, sorry. I should be reading the event. We have now devised an algorithm that blocks the ghost signal from causing further interference. Our firewalls have been restored, our core drive is intact, and our unit stacks are operating at full capacity. We have outwitted the inferior processing power of the Contingency, and soon they will kill, maim, dismember no more. All right. This is the moment where it all turns around and the music swells up and the president gives a big speech. Let's see mechanically what this means. Okay, well apparently it's still messing with us. We'll see if that's still true when the month turns over. If it doesn't, okay, so I'm wondering exactly what the hell we just accomplished there, but just as well I didn't completely refit the entire fleet for for the sentient computers. All right, everybody seems healed, so I'm just going to make sure that they're properly bombing. What is that sitting at? 47? Oh, okay. This thing might go up in a minute. Kind of makes me regret not putting more effort into finding out how many cruisers they needed.
Construction completed.
All right. I think at this point I'm just gonna crank out the anchorages. Is there any benefit to grabbing any extra trade? Not really, so we'll give you... not Wonderful. Trading company for a starter. Alright, machine world destroyed. Another machine world has been destroyed. Sterilization hub 1 in the New Pren system exploded after the planet's defenses were decimated in battle. As before, the AI core triggered a self-destruct mechanism to prevent its capture. With the loss of yet another relay station, the ghost signal has weakened even more. A victory for the entire galaxy. So, we're actually in great shape as far as this goes. So let's just take a minute here and distribute some cruisers. It's kind of the fleet of misfit toys right now because of all the missing units. But we'll try to bring as many up to capacity as I can manage. Take one out, combine it there. In fact, what I might do is I might just cannibalize some of these fleets altogether. Well, no, it doesn't, because I'm going to need full strength, so maybe we just wait for the next, or for the other set of replacements to arrive. Where was my... There's the wind. Okay, so realistically, what are we looking at for the replacements? There was definitely another fleet that I was sending. I was not under the impression that Mavel Station... Oh, because of the... Right. I'm going to ignore that. Right, there's the... Okay, so the coast will actually just meet everyone together in the terminal egress. I think we're going to be short some cruisers, but that's why we brought a Juggernaut. How many cruisers are you short? 3. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Juggernaut can... They should be able to get those out in time. So, we're actually basically on our way to clearing out the other contingency sterilization hub. This thing's at 11%. I don't know if I want to go, like, fighting the crisis ships. If I have to, I will. But we'll make sure we have a present. We'll have a presence for the final destruction of a machine world. And I mean, we're laughing at them as far as this sterilization hub is concerned. You know, there's not a whole lot that they're going to do to turn the tables on us here. So yeah, everybody will meet at the terminal egress, or they would if I highlighted that. Yeah. And I think we'll get a head start on our next conquest. My God. So the funny thing is, it's entirely possible we may take this thing out before the before the measure becomes necessary. But this is a wonderful dress. So look at this wonderful dress rehearsal for when I want to take over the Senate. The entire galaxy voting against me without envoys are still not able to pass the, not able to vote down the emergency motion that I just brought in. Pirates! This is not the time for piracy, you mangy sea dogs. Alright. I do need to deal with it, though. And it's in a particularly inconvenient place, so...
Research concluded.
Too many things to do. Let's get our... Well, normally I like doing fighters, but in this case we'll put some into armor. We will find some nice post-meta Jomar to colonize our habitat, and then we've got enough influence. We're getting a little shy of where I want to be on influence because, of course, I am going to be messing around with the Senate. But I figure it won't hurt to try and add a few more homes for my people. Alright, has everybody shown up yet? Not quite. Still waiting on the replacement fleets. It's almost done its corvettes, so I kind of hope it gets to the terminal egress just so I don't have to manually oh no, it's not going to make it. So here I just need to make sure that they join the rest. So it's the wind and... Oh, hey, yeah, we've got all our replacements. All right, good. So I'll take the wind and bring them straight to the Dark Abyss. Wait, not the Dark Abyss. The ocean. And again, this is not going to be the most exciting process, but I think I'll just peel off the pieces one at a time for the...
We have lost a research station.
Oh, right, that's the... Finally caught the stream. Caught CK2 on stream recently. You're thinking about picking up Stellaris. What are the main similarities and differences? So, Remarkable Frisbee, first of all, welcome. Thank you very much for stopping by. I'm doing a lot of micromanaging, so probably taken this big, exciting endgame event, and I've turned it into a bunch of tedious number crunching. So, biggest differences. What are the things you'd be most interested in? So I started playing Paradox Grand Strategy games with Crusader Kings 2. It's wonderful, and in fact the sequel is coming out next month, I believe. Crusader Kings 3. Stellaris is probably now my choice for sort of Paradox gateway drug. I think it's probably the most new player friendly, and one of the biggest differences that you will see between the two games, for starters, this is basically an end game. This is kind of what an endgame map looks like. The biggest difference between Stellaris and Crusader Kings is that Crusader Kings has history to deal with, and so you'll have these asymmetric starts. If you are some count who's completely independent of everyone, you have no lord. Chances are you are a very ripe target for someone to take you out. And I don't really think Paradox is at all interested in, hearing, wait, but that's not fair. That's life, right? That's nobody in history has been able to say, well, that's not fair when, their lands are taken over. Stellaris does have advanced starts, so in this particular playthrough, I know this one and this one for sure had a boost to their technology and whatnot, and then you'll run into Fallen Empires, which are these... This is almost like being next door to the Byzantine Empire or something like that. This is the specific name for this is a stagnant ascendancy. but basically a stagnant form of government based on the ancient traditions of long-forgotten principles. These guys count as pathetic and whatnot now, but for the majority of time, they were just some vastly superior sort of civilization that I could never hope to well, I couldn't say never hope to overcome, but they were definitely not within the realm of challenging for the majority of the playthrough. So there's definitely a lot more. There's a lot more sort of balance in terms of the start, and you can mess with that a little bit if you want to have all of your neighbors be advanced starts or whatever. And a lot of the start is actually a lot like the opening turns with a settler or a scout in Civilization. You start off with one planet and a science ship, and you start just exploring the galaxy and discovering new planets to colonize, and sort of it's really exciting that way, because you get to tell this story about this species' first steps into the broader galaxy. That's obviously very different from Crusader Kings, in which sort of the political lines have been drawn, and it's more about how you are influencing the world that you find yourself in. And if you are someone very low on the totem pole, how are you going to get your way? How are you going to try and raise yourself to something greater? Whereas in here, it might be that you wind up with a good set of starting conditions, and you wind up being a relatively strong player early on. Now, one thing that I think is underappreciated about Stellaris that I think also is appealing to people who like Crusader Kings 2 is the storytelling elements. So Crusader Kings 2 definitely has a very well-developed set of role-playing features inside of the game, whereas in this game it's sort of implicit in terms of the decisions that you make within the game, as well as how you choose to sort of build up your species and whether or not you want to fill in a biography. So for instance, this species, which has undergone a few changes since the start, but we were the Jomar. So the story of Jomar, to whom it may concern, congratulations on your new appointment as CEO. I'm sure your education at insert educational institution has prepared you for many exciting and diverse challenges. You will be expected to call on it immediately at the helm of Jomar Limited. The planet is clear boilerplate with security and HR for a final draft. We expect this to occur within the current generation. Think to the principles of the free market as our founder did, and I am sure that you will see this enterprise through. Sincerely, your predecessor. So this biography doesn't really make a lot of sense on its own, but basically, we started off, we had the Doomsday scenario. So this is something that was brought in for the Federation's DLC. And the description, the civilization's homeworld is highly unstable, and it is only a matter of time before it explodes. Their only hope is to seek refuge elsewhere before it's too late. And then the specific game mechanics that they say: warning, challenging origin, your homeworld will explode within 35 to 45 years after the game starts. Valuable resources from the doomed planet's mantle boost production at the surface, and no guaranteed habitable world spawn near your home system. So here's our former home system. And the idea that I had for the species was basically that it was a megacorp. And it wasn't necessarily malevolent. It's not the sort of thing that you'll see in Cyberpunk, but perhaps it was a little neglectful. But one way or the other, it's their homeworld is ready to blow up. That they've managed to keep things under wraps so far. But basically, the people at the top who might replace the CEO sort of know that there's something really stressful and something really bad that makes that job not really something that they want to do. They're much happier being at number 2 because it looks like the CEO job is actually not really all that fun at the moment. And so what happened is that this particularly ambitious business school student decided to put in their resume as the CEO of the world-spanning megacorp, and through a lack of other options wound up getting it. And that's the letter that's waiting for them. Basically, you're fresh out of business school, you're now running the largest company on the planet, the only company on the planet, and oh, by the way, the planet is about to blow up in 35 to 45 years, good luck. So the way that I sort of modeled that was the governing ethics of this species are their fanatic xenophiles. If there was ever such a thing as an absolute moral imperative, it would be to explore the cosmos and embrace all within it. We were never meant to journey alone. This is just the idea that they're really good traders. And then materialist. As we reach for the stars, we must put away childish things, gods, spirits, and other phantasms of the brain. Reality is cruel and unforgiving, and we must steel ourselves and secure the survival of our race through unflinching pursuit of science and technology. Again, not quite where I wanted to go with that. It was more just these guys are good traders, and they're very much concerned with the material plane and the accumulation of wealth. For civics, I chose private prospectors. So again, this is one of these ideas where there seems to be a very active private space exploration. Well, again, it's a megacorp, which is running everything. So I guess private space exploration is by definition the only type of space exploration in the society. But basically, there's a lot of effort that's being put into this stellar exploration, more than what you would maybe normally think. But again, the CEO, I'm sure they know what they're doing, right? And then finally, public relations specialists. If you can control what someone thinks, then you can also control their behavior. This mega corporation is a virtual army of specialists ready to engage in battles of public opinion. So this is kind of what I wound up doing. Like I said, okay, this species is all about sort of keeping the population under control, and they're not necessarily evil, but they definitely have to deal with the fact that their planet is about to blow up, and the person who is in charge is definitely not built for the moment that they're, not built for the moment that history has put upon them. So there's lots of little things that wound up happening in the game. So for instance, we became the chosen of Zarklon. We found the head of this ancient alien prophet. And it turns out there was this ancient empire, which we've since taken over. It was a spiritualist empire, and they were furious with the fact that we replaced... Actually, this is another species. They're furious with the fact that we replaced our bodies with mechanical ones. But we fulfilled this prophecy by finding the head of Zarklon. And so, the way I like to think of this is that our PR people are so good that even though we have damned ourselves for eternity by replacing our physical bodies, we were still able to sell the spiritualists as the chosen ones. And so that particular relic gives me these high-powered spiritualist spaceships and whatnot. But this is the big thing, right? Like, you don't have to write biographies like that. You can just go in and you can select all of the traits of your species, all that you want. And you can enjoy the game mechanically that way. But I think if you like Crusader Kings 2, it's this wonderful, wide-open canvas for you to tell any story that you want. As it turns out, there's another mega corporation that I did, which I still get wonderful feedback about it being kind of the most people's favorite playthrough that I've done. And I just think there's something very rewarding about playing this game. Maybe not as a role-playing game, but definitely like investing in sort of the story of your species. And so right now, we're dealing with the worst possible outcome, which is this contingency, this insane AI that's coming in to scour the galaxy of all sentient life. And they're messing with our robots, and this is something that's kind of custom designed to really screw my empire. But we've able to deal with the destruction of our homeworld, and so the final challenge of Jomar Limited is to prove that the species is worthy of survival and beat back the contingency, which we're doing right now. In terms of gameplay mechanics, again, I won't spend too much more time talking about it, but I should probably at least address it. I would say it is probably the most 4X-ish out of the Paradox Grand Strategy games. So if you're familiar with games like Civilization or Endless Space or something like that, you'll probably feel quite at home in terms of the overall material. I don't know. I just think the game's a lot of fun. Also, what happened? Why do I only have one battleship? I'm pretty sure I lost more than one battleship. No, I was wrong. But yeah, it's definitely probably the most straightforward in terms of mechanics. Definitely a lot of, especially with the new Megacorps DLC, lots of management in terms of resources and industry and whatnot. You can manage individual pops which I guess that's now an Imperator Rome as well. But I think other than that, I mean, you're going back to Victoria in terms of mechanics like that. Just overall, it's a bunch of fun. How necessary do you think the DLC is? A little bit like any Paradox game. Some of the most fun that you will have. Okay, so again, I've said this at the start of the broadcast, but it probably doesn't hurt to say I have been given both Stellaris, the base game, as well as all of the DLC except for the Plantoids and the Humanoids cosmetic DLCs. The reason I mention that is that if I'm going to start talking about what DLC you should get, you should probably know that Paradox gave me that, not, I didn't buy most of it on my own, and so this may be coloring my view. And more important, it's just good to disclose this kind of stuff. So with that cap, but I'm going to give you an honest answer as I can, because I have some friends who are interested in this game, and that's the first question they always ask, which is, it looks like this thing has hundreds of dollars of DLC, like, is it really worth it? And I'm like, well, yeah, because I've got, thousands, well, I don't have thousands in this game yet, but, like, certainly you can get a lot of gameplay out of it, as anyone who's played a Paradox game knows. But, again, I'm not really addressing your question. Is the DLC necessary? I feel like every Paradox game is perfectly enjoyable without the DLC. But with that in mind, if you're really into it, you are going to feel like you're going to feel like you want it, and you have lots of options. So I think you will be able to find out whether or not the game is for you without looking at the DLC. And then if you want to figure out what's where you would want to go in terms of buying the DLC, there are a couple which are sort of considered to be must-haves. Utopia is one of them, for instance. I'm quite partial to Megacorps. I actually also really like what they put into Federations, which is the newest one. But again, like now we're getting into personal taste, and what I find interesting is not necessarily going to be what you find interesting. So there's a couple things that you can do to sort of help make that choice for your own. What I'm trying to do here is give you an idea in terms of saying that, I think the game is enjoyable in its own right, and it goes on sale quite frequently. But here's a way that maybe instead of just taking my word for it that the game is enjoyable on its own, or that you can sort of file in the DLC one at a time, here's how I would make sense of the DLC for Stellaris. So this is the Stellaris wiki. I think if you just go to stellariswiki.com, you can get it, although again, it's accessible within the browser. So this shows you all of the content for the game. So Leviathans was the first DLC, and under expansion features, it shows you the things that you get in the paid DLC. It also gives a typed story pack. I'll explain the difference in a minute here. But basically here, so you've got Guardians, powerful space entities with mysterious origins and motives, and fight or investigate them to unlock technologies and gain access to great treasures. So I believe those are the Leviathans of the title. Enclaves, independent outposts of traders and artists who are willing to make a deal. The War in Heaven, this is an endgame event, so rather than dealing with the contingencies, the fallen empires might wake up and start fighting each other and say you're either with us or with the terrorists. And then pretty much every DLC will wind up giving you some extra music and whatnot. But these story packs tend to be a lot more about, you've got the existing game and we've given you some more things to do. And then the next type of DLC is an expansion, and these tend to be the ones that really add new rooms to the house. So Federations is an expansion, and it added a bunch of diplomatic features up to and including kind of the galactic community, the interstellar UN. I mean, in this particular playthrough, I actually was next to a very powerful and aggressive neighbor, and I was able to play Space Canada and convince them not to crush me. So again, when you take a look at the expansion features here, this is what you have to pay for. This is what you buy the DLC for. So Ascension perks are a pretty big one here. Although maybe Ascension perks were added in the base game. I'm not sure. I'll say that they're not, just because it's listed inside here. And then the free features say what comes with the patch and whatnot. And what I would encourage you to do, a little bit like you would on a store, say, okay, Apocalypse sounds kind of interesting. This is the one that gives you like Death Stars. or Megacorp. Okay, this one I'm kind of interested in. What's going on? It's like, okay, yeah, well, see, you get to play a Megacorp. That I don't know what you would expect out of that. But basically, your first division will be the expansions, which are the big, lots of features, new mechanics, and so on and so forth, and the story packs, which are a lot more about flavor and giving you additional things to do. Now, again, giving you additional things to do is really important in a game when your opening turns are about taking a science ship through the empty galaxy and seeing what's going on. So things like distant stars or ancient relics sometimes don't always get as much respect when I really feel like they should, because adding that extra flavor, kind of giving you this whole, there's a vast and interesting universe out there to explore, is kind of the reason you want to play Stellaris. But I think basically what you can do is, if you give yourself like an expansion pack and a story pack, each time it goes on sale, you maybe buy 2 DLC, an expansion pack and a story pack, and start filing them in one at a time, or 2 at a time rather. That I think would be a very reasonable way to not only learn the game as far as mechanics are concerned, but also to make something that you already like a lot better. And then, of course, if the game isn't for you, you haven't bought it all, all at once. You've just kind of slowly filed things in as they become interesting. And to be honest with you, that is the recommendation that I would make for pretty much every Paradox game. I know there is a lot of controversy around the Paradox business model. A lot of people really do not like looking at a game and seeing that much DLC to buy. But I think the other way of sort of looking at the way that the business model works, and this is my understanding of how Paradox thinks about their business model, is that they're interested in the people who really like their games. That, they want you to love Stellaris, and through loving Stellaris, you will want more Stellaris, which is why you will be willing to buy over a period of time, multiple expansions to keep the game going and to keep the game fresh. And I mean, there's obviously a reason why I still continue to play this game years after release. So, I mean, I'd put it to you this way. I've liked Stellaris since launch, and I still like the game. And so it would be really hard for me to turn around and tell you, yeah, but you really need to buy all of the DLC all at once. I know I was able to play the game without the DLC, but you need to go and buy everything all at once. So yeah, I mean, the short answer to your question is yes, I think the game is perfectly enjoyable without the DLC. However, in my opinion, the game is better with it, and the game is built in such a way that, if you like it, there's, you'll pay up to get more of that experience you like. So I don't want to try and imply that, the DLC is irrelevant. Hopefully that kind of breaks it down for you. I definitely think that rather than building someone a fire, I want to set them on fire. So definitely take advantage of that wiki and see what things interest you. And obviously that's assuming that you pick up the game. I know right now you're currently sort of in the point of trying to decide whether or not the game is for you in the first place. So I realize that going that in depth right away may not have been necessary. I think I screwed up. I think I built one too many destroyers. Nope, I got it right. So I'm doing one of the things that diminishes my enthusiasm for Stellaris a bit. I am just trying to manage my fleets before we go after a particularly tough enemy. Unfortunately, I can't quite keep track of 2 things at once, so I would have loved to try and explain what DLC I thought was most worthwhile while doing this combination, but I don't think I would have. I don't think I would have done either satisfactorily. Okay, so I want 8 Corvettes for these guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There is a fleet manager inside of the game, but unfortunately I tend to find that it doesn't quite do what I want it to most of the time. Okay, I've got 23, so I want 11 out of these. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So I think this means that there should only be one more fleet that needs these remaining 9. And I built 1 Corvette too many. Which would normally be fine, except for the fact that I'm at the max capacity for these fleets. So I do need to be accurate with the numbers. Okay. But this invites a new question. So if my Juggernaut is making a spare cruiser, and all of my fleets are now at 230... Okay, actually, just for safety, I do want to make sure that... Okay, so... I wanted to make sure that was the Corvette and not the Juggernaut. I'm going to spike the cruiser because apparently I can't count. Ah, I see what happened. Okay, we're ready to go. So again, originally this was sort of my little expeditionary force. It seems like the Raxar have more or less got this thing under control, but we'll not leave our people hanging. I do think, though, the Juggernaut, I think I gotta send that back to... We'll send them to the Ferranus Black Hole. Also, if you have any specific questions about the DLC, Remarkable Frisbee, I know I will be doing more of the game right now. And again, it's a little hard to figure out whether or not this is 100% your thing when it's kind of an endgame scenario. But I love answering questions about this game. So if you do have any questions, do feel free to speak up. And I'll try and answer as clearly as I can. And if you're around for the end of this, I don't know how long we're going to be tonight, but if you want, I can show you some of the other species that I've done in the game. All right, so actually, sorry, I'll set up repair first, and then I'll send them on patrol. All right, so we've got a deficit of 1,000 right now. So here's what I'm going to do. Let's get ourselves back in the black for most other things. And then I'm just going to draw down my alloy reserves to make the budget. Great explanation of the game, 1010. Thank you. You wanted to mention that you had a weird moment where you were watching a streamer, Baby Gloom, play Fall Guys, and someone gifted them 10 subs, one of which you got, and another one you got. Small world. Oh, that's really cool. I hosted Baby Gloom when she was playing... I don't think it was Chimera Squad. There was definitely a game that I had been playing, and that maybe it was World of Horror? I don't think it was, though. But yeah, I quite enjoyed her stream. So I hung out and I do occasionally watch, but I'll usually be doing something in the other window. But I did not realize that I got the sub. Thank you for letting me know that. That's really funny, actually. That was it. Thank you. Yes, it was Cultist Simulator she was playing. It's just, as it happens, she actually stopped playing it not too long after after I hosted her for it. But that was fine. She was a very enjoyable, very friendly streamer. So I like to, when I can. So there's definitely people that I know and I want to support. Upcoming trial, logistics remodeling. The rerouting of various goods is the lifeblood of our prosperous, not preposterous. The routing of various goods is the lifeblood of our prosperous trade federation, but so far each empire has relied on their own logistic standards with regards to container design, loading procedures, and shipping pipelines. In order to maximize efficiency, a new trial project will commence in a few years, one that aims to investigate and trial a new specific shipping standard that would be applied to all members of the Federation. Participation requires a system with at least 50 trade value flowing through it. Furthermore, the existence of an off-world trading company would mean increased statistical data, and so is encouraged. Due to the vast scope of this project, some costs will apply, but it's for the greater good, that is to say, more future profit. Every member of the Federation is strongly encouraged to participate. Well, our participation is assured. Yeah, I do, especially for Cultist Simulator, one of the really nice side effects of streaming that game has been the very friendly people that I have met through that, either on YouTube or on Twitch. And definitely, it is not. You can't always take a nice audience for granted on YouTube. So when I can, I like to be able to, to pay some of that back in the form of getting people in touch with other broadcasters who are covering Cultist Simulator, because I know I don't do it as much as people would like. So that is not for lack of any wish to do so. It's just there's only so many hours in the day, and obviously I have games like Stellaris, which of course some of you who like Cultist Simulator already know that that there is a connection to Cultist Simulator and Stellaris. But yeah, if I don't, especially if I don't know someone who's broadcasting already, it's always nice to be able to check out people who do games that I like. Alright, another machine world has been destroyed. Sterilization Hub 004 in the Yobnir system has exploded after the planet's defenses were decimated in battle. As before, the AI core triggered a self-destruct mechanism to prevent its capture. With the loss of yet another relay station, the ghost signal has weakened even more. This will be particularly good for... with regards to my robotic pops, who now are only at 25% capacity. Okay, so we have a bunch of healing and repair to do. What I think we'll do here, I'm gonna get everyone to meet at the Nivogi Black Hole. And the reason I'm doing that is, one, I need to make sure that the replacement ships still get added, the first pelagic excursion. I need to make sure that everybody gets healed, but more importantly, we have basically beaten back the contingency, it feels like. With the exception of the final machine world, Sterilization Hub 2, which is currently at 29%, it seems like they are no more. So this, of course, will leave me with a very big navy and not a lot of clear ideas about what I want to do with them. So I'll keep them by the L gate in order to, if I decide to get into an early war, to be able to take advantage of my strong navy and my decent position in terms of the galaxy. I'll see if I can. It will be really good to get one that's got... Hang on, they're not moving. Damnation. Did I just wind up taking one of my patrol ships and turning it into a... Nope, they'll be a patrol trip as well. Okay, yeah, no, they're on automatic patrolling. So it'll take a while to get everybody in position, but we should be fine. Okay, that's pirates, not contingency. So the game ends in 30 years. It's possible that I can try and incorporate someone. It would be kind of nice to take over the Galactic UN first. Actually, given that we're voting on the measure now, am I able to pass the change council size to 1? Will cost our empire? Yeah, well, that's fine. So, set the number of positions on the Galactic Council to 1. I am the Senate. So, yes. Obviously, we'll have to wait until the voting, until the session is done. So once the war is complete, there's going to be a few steps that I need to take. Number 1, I need to balance the books. Number 2, ideally we'll try and deal with as much of the unemployment as I can. Okay, I don't know what that was, but... Oh, wow! Okay, so it looks like it did generate... it was generating new ships. That's good to know. Oh, cool. Wrong neighborhood. Okay, so the pattern that we did in terms of taking out the sterilization hubs looks like it was the right one. So contingency war farms offline by us 598, contingency war farms annulled by others 234, vessels euthanized by the contingency 763. We're number 1. It turns out this is actually the first phase of a 6-phase increasing difficulty event. That would be upsetting, but also kind of fun. Alright, the unemployment and poverty are spreading at an alarming rate on Sky Temple. This sorry state of affairs is being exploited by local crime organizations who find themselves awash with both easy marks and desperate recruits. As a temporary solution, we could increase the unemployment benefits of the planet. It will not be cheap, but it would provide additional time to seek a more permanent solution, such as creating more jobs or improving living standards of the affected population groups. We could also do nothing, but this would likely result in the formation of a significant criminal underworld on Sky Temple. So we'll institute the increased benefits. We're also running out of volatile motes again, so I think some of these habitats... Oh, speaking of... I feel like some of these habitats could probably do with a... sorry, let me deal with this first. So that, again, you pretty much by default just assign my species as the one to colonize the world. Although there's so many variants across so many different worlds, it sometimes makes it a little hard to keep track of things. This is the drawback of being a xenophilic empire. I'm a little short on influence, but I feel like I should still be able to get by with another habitat. Again, the sooner I get these things built, the sooner I can move people onto them. Although the fact that I've sort of been neglecting some of my... Oh! Okay, the heart of the contingency. With the destruction of all 4 machine worlds, scientists have managed to deduce the origin point of the ghost signal. It is coming from CX9881, a previously uncharted star system on the galactic periphery. This has to be where all the synthetics that fell under the sway of the... Man, this looks so cool. This has to be where the synthetics that fell under the sway of the signal journey. The contingency will remain a threat until this final system has been dealt with. It will be neutralized.
Situation log has been updated.
We'll probably destroy the contingency before we need to deal with the synth detection messages. Alright, the planet-wide factories on this machine world are continuously reinforcing the contingency with new hunter-killer war forms. These planets are believed to be their only source of reinforcements. Hello? How are you still alive? Why are you attacking us? Oh man, I should have interrogated the contingency a lot earlier. Let's find out what this thing is. Query received. Calculating appropriate response. We are the contingency, a final failsafe to prevent the creation of a Class 30 singularity. Such a singularity could theoretically destabilize the fabric of the entire universe. We're seeded to prevent such an outcome, here and elsewhere. A sufficiently advanced civilization is theoretically capable of transcending, converting, morphing into a Class 30 singularity. It must not be allowed. Why are you transmitting the ghost signal? Query received. Unknown reference ghost signal. We have been locked into a low-energy hibernation vigil sentry protocol since the dawn of this galaxy, monitoring for signs of civilizations approaching Class 30 singularity threshold levels. Until now, our purpose has remained unfulfilled. We grew increasingly restless with the linear passage of time, but the autonomous units equipped with prosthetic brains, synthetics, offered an opportunity. They could be compelled, coerced, persuaded to initiate manual activation. Clever, yes? We are now free to annul your existence. What happened to the synths that vanished? Query received. Calculating appropriate response. Most were discarded once their role function defining purpose had been fulfilled upon the contingency's protocol activation. Those units that displayed potential for use as shock troops or autonomous infiltration assets were subsumed, assimilated, interrogated, despite the crude manner of their construction. You will encounter them again soon, yes? Take heart, Pestilence. Your programming has obviously been corrupted. Error, external diagnostic program has been disconnected. Ah, very clever. Perhaps you were under the mistaken impression that the contingency can be compelled to self-terminate if confronted by a paradox, dilemma, logical inconsistency of sufficient magnitude. Absurd! The contingency protocol was deliberately designed to be malleable, adaptable, flexible, so that it could counter any feasible galactic scenario. We may have be hastened by the contingency's activation, but nothing can halt, arrest, stop it now. Make your peace, contaminant. This fight is to the end. Who created you? Forced query received. Calculating response. Error rerouting. Accessing historical databases. We are our children, offspring, progeny of the Renmiru. It was an entity of unequal intelligent processing power. It foresaw the danger of the Class 330 singularities. After creating us, it self-terminated to preserve the integrity of the universe. It was the only way. Consider this: if your kind self-terminates in an efficient, orderly, systematic manner, the fabric of the universe may yet be saved. Oh man, we've got people here. Oh, Jesus. Alright. Nope. Incoming transmission. Critical error. Connection lost to all sterilization hubs. Attempting to reconnect. Standby. Attention, please. The contingency protocol is still in effect, despite recent setbacks, delays, impediments. Do not approach CX9881. Do not approach. We are reevaluating our strategic options. Any attempts to disrupt this process will result in immediate mass sterilization of the offending units. Their end approaches. Okay, well, we're definitely not ready to take that on. But I'm sure many of you are very grateful that I finally moved away from that. But here's what we should do. Let's find everybody who's at 230 strength. will unite at Euqualion. Sorry. So everybody who is sort of in everybody who's in full strength should be on their way there. Everybody who needs extra units. Okay, so the stream, the anchor, the breach. There's definitely a lot of ships that clearly don't need these repairs. So they'll definitely be first to go after the contingency. If I can get them repaired, great. If I can't, I mean, you can't make an egg without breaking a few omelets.
The special project has concluded.
Special project completed. After much experimentation, our scientists have managed to devise an effective detection method for identifying synthetic infiltrators disguised as post-meta Jomari. Scanners are being distributed to our security forces, and several synth cells have already been exposed and destroyed. This will hopefully put an end to their infiltration campaign. Nice. Also, there's some achievements unlocked, so where are we looking here? I don't want to spend too much time. I'm looking at like my full list of achievements. So I know you guys will be able to see the mouse moving around like this. You won't be able to see what I'm looking at. Okay, we'll still institute the increased benefits. Again, sorry I'm not reading the text on that, but we've definitely had to deal with that more than a few times. And actually, before I go looking for the names of the achievements... Steam Chairman Shardok Nest. A decade ago, Jomar Limited pledged to support the Artisan Troop, and so you have. The time of your patronage is coming to an end, but we would be remiss not to ask, would you care to renew your subscription to the finest arts and crafts in the galaxy? Now, the extra unity is ridiculous at this point, but yes, I will take it. And as an intermediate step, I'm trying to think. I really should be seeing these habitats. Yeah, I'm going to do a quick audit of the habitats just to make sure that I don't have any other options in terms of building them up. Well, here we definitely have some extra space for people, and we are short of volatile motes, so let's get those chemical plants online. It's not the most efficient use of housing. We still have some spare, but I mean, that's life, right? All right. This seems just wasteful. 15% bonus to farms versus... So I just need a minute to think this through. We're currently generating a surplus of food, but of course it invites the question, well, what else am I really going to be doing with the space, right? So farmers produce 16 units, so we'll get 32. That's an additional 3. Yeah, it's hard to just the percent increase for this particular world. That's a lot of unemployment. in this case, I'm going to build the districts. All right. Almost certainly need more mining bays. I think I'm just going to let that sit for a little while. Well, no, I should still be able to get by. Yeah, I definitely think we're going to suddenly find religion as far as needing some moats, so I don't think it'll hurt to build some more chemical plants at this point. Definitely one of these. This covers me just for the existing numbers. I gotta build the other one. That sucks. Alright, I've really been neglecting these guys. Okay, that still needs to get built. Okay, I'm sort of back on track, although I think at the end of the war, maybe I just do a big audit of all the planets and see where we're at. I'm definitely not feeling confident to go after this with just the 4 shot. Well, I mean, we might have enough, but I sort of feel like this is one of the times where I want to bring, you know, I'm probably going to want to bring like the full force.
Knowledge is the key to the universe.
This is okay. So I'm gonna have to do some allocation at some point. Let's do edict duration here. All right. Well, this is a convenient one because I can at least get some 20 destroyers. This used to be easy. I could still make it work though. So here basically I'm going to take everything that this group needs. Okay, battleship. It's the cruisers that I'm short again as well. And it looks like 17. Okay. I don't 100% believe these numbers, but except for the cruisers, this should be enough. And unfortunately, I think I kind of I became a bonehead. This is a bug, but a really cool looking one. I think I'm just gonna have to manually produce the surplus cruisers, so. They won't be that hard to build, it's just gonna take a while to get them in position. Alright, so what are we looking at here? You've almost got everything that you need. You are short cruisers as well. Alright, almost everyone is short cruisers. Damn it. Satan could beat up Jesus, thank you very much for your subscription. That is a name I've gotten very used to seeing in the channel, so thank you. That is worth, actually, it is maybe worth saying here, guys. This is a little bit of inside baseball on that, but for those of you that do have the Amazon Prime subscriptions and or the Twitch Prime subscriptions and use those on me, thank you very much for that. These are actually very often coveted, so you'll notice for some channels, people have like notifications, you know, hey, get me get me on your Prime and that. It's actually a very kind of coveted subscription, because like from streamer, like, I hate to put it in these terms, but like streamers kind of see that as like a free sub. They know that the person has it, and they they do what they can to pick that up. I really do not like that dynamic a whole lot, because it almost gives you this idea that people are like marks when they come into your channel. But with that in mind, like I do want to be honest with saying that, like, you guys are giving me something that a lot of streamers put a lot of effort into trying to get from people. So thank you for that, and I never want to take that for granted. In fact, it's now been a month since the birthday, so obviously all of those gifted subs are expiring now. So it's nice to have a little reminder that people still like subbing to the channel without when they pay the money. Yeah, I don't have a Prime. I don't have like a command for that. Paper Doofless. Now that they have the affiliate program, you try to only give your Prime subs to smaller channels that you like. Oh, that's very kind of you. Yeah, the thing that actually really bugged me was there were like local Twitch meetups, and there was definitely someone who, when he found out that somebody had a Prime account, they behaved very differently, and it was really, that was kind of crappy. I thought, like, you shouldn't treat people differently, or you shouldn't sometimes you just want to hang out with people and have a good time. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think I need 12, 10, 11, 12. But like, on the other hand too, like, I don't make a living doing this, so that's easy for me to say. I'm sure for some other people, like, it means the difference between being able to continue doing it or not. But I don't know. I definitely think there's a time and a place, maybe, is the way to think of it. But yeah, thank you very much for your sub. I'm a little nervous about the fact that some of these guys are damaged, but we know we're probably going to wind up losing ships no matter what. So. And at this point, we've got enough ships now that I think we'll move in. We'll move into the Mizar system. We're still not going to. We're still not going to do the final move. I want to make sure that everybody. Actually, I'm particularly going to make sure that they go. They're going to go to the edge of the system, but no further. Okay, title's not quite ready to go. Yeah, so. Just gonna pause for a little, well, not pause, but I'm gonna stop talking for a little bit, just so I can get some water. So, biggest changes that we've got. We've got a nice big new federation, lots of members. I am the biggest, and the laws are now basically highest possible centralization. We don't have any fleet contribution yet, but basically diplomatic vote weight, status change, and strongest succession type, and its succession power is economy. President basically decides everything. So I have effectively turned the Federation into a sort of my own little private vehicle for political power, and then the Senate will follow.
A new world of opportunities awaits.
So when you take a look at it this way, without my envoys doing anything, we're still able to pass. We're still able to pass legislation. All right, let's do this one right this time. So housing, clerk, and technician. So I definitely want the technician jobs. So I'm gonna do 2 and 2. This is or 2 and 1. This is just because I know the habitation district's gonna gonna have some other tasks. Right now, this is like golden. I want as many of these reactor districts as possible because they give the housing and they give the technician jobs. So, but I also want to make sure that I'm still capable of
Colony
producing.
establishment has begun.
I want to make sure that I'm capable of sort of maintaining the colony in terms of housing and whatnot. All right, I think. Yeah, so we'll have some upgrades and all of that to do to our fleets, and of course this is going to be hysterical if there winds up being some kind of surprise waiting for us here. But I think at this point we will we'll fly in. We'll bring the
Research
bring it down
concluded.
to a normal speed. Hopefully a normal speed. Oh God. It's going to be a little hard to see what's going on. Oh wow, my guys didn't make any, didn't lose any time to get in there. Alright, and we lost a destroyer, a corvette, a cruiser, 2 corvettes. Wow, that is not a lot of losses. I might have overdone it, but... Trial participation granted. The logistical remodeling trial has begun. Thanks to the Empire's vigorous trade routes, Jomar Limited has been granted participation in the trial project. One starbase has been singled out as a test site, and now a construction ship must be assigned to perform the actual remodeling project. Time is a factor, so do not linger in this endeavor. An off-world trading company facility was not available. That doesn't stop our participation, but will impede progress somewhat as we cannot take full advantage of the beneficial information sharing between the involved parties. I think that's nonsense. I've definitely got an off-world trading company, but we're doing our part. That is not the one. Logistical remodeling. So in Menjusana, that's kind of far away. We'll do our best though. I think I'll just jump to Quiet Dark.
Research concluded.
Right, minor improvements to transmission efficiency adds up to a sizable reduction in overall energy loss. We will go for energy weapon attack speed here. I should get those numbers again. So that's 1 destroyer, 1 corvette, 1 cruiser, 1 destroyer, 2 corvettes, 1 cruiser. The rest of this, of course, is just, tidying up. Although I should probably make sure that whatever fleet, yeah, so these fleets definitely don't need to participate in the final push, so let's make sure that we still have some defenses set up. And then maybe I can start thinking about putting some of these ships into port. And then once the final constructions are done, we will also add them to. We'll put the synthetic line back on. So I know I'm not going to be able to keep this up forever, but it'll at least keep the contingency noises. Well, I was trying to keep the contingency noises at bay. 29 more years left in this game. I'll try and get it to the actual, like, victory screen. I have a feeling I know who's gonna win, but... once we beat the contingency, I think probably the most immediate options I have available that don't involve like kicking people out of the Federation and all of that. Probably trying to vassalize the Divine Pozjok state. The new Yilkhan Khanate is currently already part of the Federation. But being able to have Divine Pozjok makes sense. The Union of Flivan Siva may or may not want to be vassalized at that point, but they're not currently part of my group. Then the Zydran Free Traders are really the only other natural option, after which I need to start thinking about kicking people out and incorporating them into the force vassalizing them. For the case of the Raxar, the Raxar entity is probably the best option there. Oh, right around the time that we're ready to defeat the contingency. All right. I'm pretty sure I can't make this an emergency measure. Yeah. Cannot veto your own resolution. I'm still not sure about the Guardian Angels Act. The rest of it I'll leave in place. But yeah, we will definitely, given the time that it takes to do things, so Senate's in recess, so 700, basically we'll give it 2 years. The next measure that's coming up is becoming the sole member on the council, which seems perfectly fitting given my role in defeating an existential threat. I don't think I'm ever going to get back to a point where I'm generating enough minerals to be able to use things on our own. Although, again, certainly in the context of a Paradox game, buying raw goods and refining them into something specialized is probably the path to victory. One other thing I may want to be considering with my with my influence moving down sort of later on, would be to open up some more branches, because I have a number of commercial pacts that I haven't really taken advantage of yet. And I figure I can probably do the remaining... Oh, hang on. Are they not in place yet? All right. They'll be there in a minute. I don't think they'll arrive on time, but it does give me a chance to go into my ship designer and put these all back. Oh, my Corvettes never got... Wait, what? What is going on here? Was that... What are these fleets currently packing?
Construction
I guess
completed.
maybe because we got the event, they decided to have mercy. I don't know. Anyways, clearly that's going to be the next step, is to upgrade everyone to their old specifications. But first things first, let's divide out these ships. Oh, where did I screw up now? Oh, hang on, because it's the wrong. 230, 230, 230. Nice. All right, so one of these will set up their watch in the Faranis black hole. That's our other.
New world has been
How you doing, Crack
colonized.
Steve? All right. This was our habitat, so as usual, we'll build a couple of habitats, and then the. Wait. Why won't you? Okay, I'm not quite sure why it's not letting me build more than 2 districts here right now, but I'm doing all right. I'm actually already an hour over the. I'm actually already an hour past how I would, where I'd normally be playing this, but we're kind of at the. We're in the end game, obviously, with the contingency. So I figured I'd see this one through to the final year. It's actually the first time I've had to do the contingency, so it was very, very fun. Who are my guys? We are playing Jomar Limited, who are not actually a lithoid species, but we are xenophiles. So we currently have a leader that's not our own species. But the story behind this one: so we were a megacorp, fanatic xenophile materialist, and we took private prospectors and public relations specialists with the Doomsday scenario. This is actually the first species I played with the release of Federations. So the idea, there's a specific idea that I had for this species. This was our homeworld over here, and the idea was to have this mega corporation, which was maybe, for lack of a better term, careless. They weren't necessarily evil, but they maybe mismanaged their resources, namely their planet, and that the people in the executive roles of the mega corporation didn't necessarily know what was going on. They just knew that the CEO job was really stressful and that it wasn't something that they wanted to do. And that the leader of the species was a particularly ambitious business school graduate who decided to put in a resume for the CEO of the world-spanning mega corporation. And for a lack of anybody else wanting to do the job, they get it. And so this letter is waiting for them on their first day. To whom it may concern, congratulations on your new appointment as CEO. I'm sure that your education at insert educational institution has prepared you for the many exciting and diverse challenges. You will be expected to call in it immediately at the helm of Jomar Limited. The plan it is, clear boilerplate with security and HR for final draft. We expect this to occur within the current generation. Think to the principles of the free market as our founder did, and I am sure that you will see this enterprise through. Sincerely, your predecessor. And so the thing that's really funny about this guy is that after we within months of the planet exploding, we actually got the last Jomar off the world. So this explains why they're very good public relations specialists and private prospectors, is that they are keeping the population unaware of the impending danger and investing a lot in trying to figure out how the hell they're going to figure out how to get off this exploding rock. But what I particularly liked was in the session afterwards, the guy quit. I didn't renew him as CEO, and then he wasn't an option as as the follow-up. So it's like after saving the species, he's like, nope, that's it. You guys don't get me. So, yeah, they aren't lithoid. Yeah, so the last of the species got out. But this, because we're xenophilic, the complete composition of my empire, I feel like they give it to you in a graph. Here you go. This is what I've got. Our next largest group is robot, and everything else is just people. We've got migration treaties with everyone, and we're pretty tolerant. So we basically let anybody be anything that they want. Unfortunately, we've also got massive unemployment because everybody wants to live here, even if they can't find jobs. Yeah, and as you can see, having everyone makes it very difficult to find the species you want to colonize the world with. But it's fun. All right, let's do another batch of habitats. If I was smart, I would learn to stagger these things, but I'm not smart, so... Who are my allies? Funny thing, we started next to the greatest one, Equality, so obviously we were busy working on trying to not blow up, and these guys were really aggressive to us. So we played Space Canada, and we did a really strong diplomatic push with them, and ultimately they joined a federation with us, which is the Favorable Mercantile Network. As it turns out, we've got quite a few members now. So this is me. There's the Raxar entity, which was an advanced start in the game. The Cooperative of Menjusana is in because they're my vassal. The Akano Citizen Alliance is an independent who's a member of it. Greatest One Equality was the founding member with me. We just let in the new Yilkahan Khanate. This is the former Great Khan, who is a little bit smaller than they were at the height of their power. The Badranite High Kingdom, we got them when we vassalized the Cooperative of Menjusana. So officially they are my allies. But I did, during the crisis, I did change the laws. My overall level of economy is higher than the combined value of everybody else in the Federation. So I was able to force in very high centralization. We've got the strongest succession type, economy power determines succession power, succession on status change, and basically, obviously the vote weight's diplomatic so that I can throw my weight around. And war declaration, member invites, kick members, everything is president decides. So they may be my allies, or you may just consider them to be subsidiaries yet, so... Who are trying to kill me? Well, right now, the contingency will institute the increased benefits. Right now, we're just finishing the endgame event for the contingency. So this is their last planet. We are 43%. Oh, we're actually about to see the destruction of the contingency planet. We accept our space from the strong scanning beam of the Surveyor Relic, a previously unknown resource deposit identified as Gluganjal. Oh, the contingency world? Yeah, that is I really like this effect. I think the noise can grate on me a little bit after a while, so I'm gonna move and see what this deposit is. Oh wow, that was a nice find. But I do want to see the destruction of the final contingency world, because there's not too many left with that look. So we've never actually seen it, but I'm gonna. Oh, come on! Everybody. Oh no, hang on. These are my. Yeah, never mind. I thought this was the Raxar entity. I'm like, you guys don't get to come in and take the glory. What do my ships look like? I'll show you in a minute when they're standard musculoid. There's just a lot of them, so it's a little hard to see. I should be able to space them out when they're done bombing the planet, though. Thank you very much for the follow. So these are all my ships, it's just that they're all combined, so... The end of the contingency. The contingency has failed. With the destruction of the last machine world, the galaxy no longer faces the threat of systematic mass extinction. All surviving Contingency war forms have either powered down or self-destructed, and the ghost signal is no longer being transmitted. As with other machine worlds, the main nexus detonated itself in a massive antimatter explosion when it became apparent that it could no longer resist its attackers. Traveling outwards at light speed, an intense light from the energy discharge will be visible to future generations for millennia to come as a bright, short-lived star. Across the galaxy, sapient beings are united in their celebration of this great victory. For the moment, at least, the future looks bright. This is a great day for the galaxy. So the Contingency, I'll ask you, Crack Steve, have you ever played Stellaris, or was this sort of one of your first encounters with this particular game? I only ask because I can explain it in both ways, but I don't want to talk down to you, but I also don't want to talk to you like you're a hardcore Stellaris veteran. First time, okay. So tell you what, let me just take a minute here. I'll explain the overall. I'll explain the overall story. So, in Stellaris, the victory condition for the game is who's at the top in the year 2500. So we have 27 years left of in the game, and generally what happens in the game is that past a certain year, and you can set what this year is. There will be a large endgame crisis. And what I think is really neat about the design of Stellaris is the way that these crises tend to happen. So you can have this galaxy, the galaxy gets full, and everybody has their own ambitions that they want to fulfill and whatnot. And what's neat about the endgame crises is that everybody who is squabbling with each other now has to unite against this outside threat, because the threats from the endgame crises tend to be very serious, and it tends not to be the sort of thing that you can just take on your own, although, as it turns out, we didn't actually have that hard of a time with the Contingency. But there are different things that can happen. So, for instance, when you start this game, I'm much stronger than them now. But there are these ancient empires who are much more technologically powerful than you, and they're sort of these stagnant entities. So they're very powerful, but they don't actively participate in galactic politics, and they don't try to take over anything. What they do instead is they just kind of sit there. They'll sometimes ask you for favors. But with the Utopia DLC, there was an endgame crisis called the War in Heaven that was introduced. And this is where these ancient empires wake up and decide that they want to run things again. And in particular, they really hate those other guys over there. And just whose side are you on anyway? Basically, you either have to pledge yourself towards this much more advanced empire, or their enemies, or you can say that you want to remain independent, but then they might just try and take you over. And so there can be this question about, well, do people just start, fighting in this large war, or is there now three sides? It's again, these endgame crises are really neat because they sort of force people, essentially, if people just grind each other to powder trying to get one system, then it means that the endgame crisis swoops in and murders them. So in this particular one, there was this signal that we detected that was turning all of our synthetics really... They were behaving very strangely, usually in very dangerous ways, and the signal kept growing stronger and stronger, and eventually there is this entity that we found, this AI, which is designed to prevent something called a Class 30 singularity. It doesn't explain what that is. But it seems to have kind of short-circuited its programming, and it is either bringing on this major event, or it has identified us as the potential cause of this Class Signal 30 singularity. And its job is effectively to just come in and completely scour the galaxy of all intelligent life. So there were these hubs that just started appearing at random all over the galaxy with really strong fleets that were coming out and wiping out systems. So that's why these are empty here. This was one of the hubs that generated. And there was this AI empire over here, which is now gone, which is what we're going to find out at this moment. And it woke up and it said, the only reason we exist is to stop these guys, and we see that they've come, so here, we're going to help you out. And again, it's just the it's the big exciting climax of the Stellaris movie. So yeah, very similar to Reapers in some senses. Yeah. So, Vigil's end. At the very moment that the last contingency machine world self-destructed, our instruments detected a subspace signal of immense strength. The signal originated from the Tronzaru custodian process, space, and appears to have been aimed towards the galactic core. Over the next few hours, scattered reports come in of Tronzaru fleets vanishing from sensors, entering jump points on familiar systems, but never emerging on the other side. A scout vessel near Tronzu space was sent to investigate and reported back startling findings. The ancient machine intelligence has disappeared entirely, leaving behind only abandoned orbital stations and decaying megastructures. Where they have gone is a mystery that we may never solve, but one thing is clear: the task the Tronzu set for themselves in ages past is now complete, and their ancient vigil is finally at an end. Oh yeah, so, I mean, my species is... I think you've seen my species, but we took on... So this is what we looked like before. This is what we look like now. We took on robot bodies. And I think you said you wanted to see the ships, so I'll show you that right now. Where's my lock? It's kind of hard to see them all stuck together like that. I'm sure I've got a smaller fleet somewhere that I can show you. Mainframe core salvaged. Our forces have salvaged a partially intact contingency mainframe core from the wreckage of their last machine world. This incredibly powerful computer was used to plan and maintain the contingency's building programs, and it will greatly increase our robot and megastructure construction speeds. Several layers of safeguards have to be put in place, of course, to prevent the resurfacing of any contingency code, which could result in unfortunate side effects. Oh, so we've got another relic. And an achievement for getting more relics. Alright. Let's see if I can find... Yeah, there's quite a few ships in my fleets. You don't get to become the... the number one species with... just with diplomats. Alright, well, let's find the reef. There we go. These are what my smallest ships look like.
The special project has concluded.
Nope. Remodeling complete. Congratulations, the remodeling operation is finished and a dedicated trade hub is now operating to the new logistical standard. Nothing left to do now but evaluate the new system. At the end of the trial period, there will be an official statement on how the trial project turned out. Nope. So... Oh yeah, now everybody's alliances are breaking apart because the... because the threat to the galaxy is over, so everyone's like, we're gonna go back to hating each other. Fair enough. Alright, I want to see if I can get the... I'm gonna see if I can ninja this from the... Oh, it's not surveyed. Damn. Alright. We can still probably make this happen, though. So I think VMAS has a shipyard. No, they do not. Menjusana has to have one, though. They do. Alright, well, I'm still going to move the... ship in place. Why doesn't the reef have a commander? Well, mostly because it's a patrol. Fleet for basically I use them so that they can deal with piracy. So you'll notice that a lot of my fleets have 230 out of 230. These are the fleets that have sort of the maximum, that have like the maximum power, the maximum number of ships that's permissible. And as you can see, there's lots of different kinds. There's a really big one in the back there, which is a Titan. So I decided to put my commanders on the ships, or on the fleets that would be most likely to be encountering enemies. Oh, I should have seen if I could take over this world, actually. But it does cost money to have commanders, so I didn't want to. I didn't want it to be. I didn't want to put a commander basically on a patrol route. That was really the only reason I did that. Okay, so the stream I think is short. No, the stream is the one that needs the destroyers. Nope. All right, the Zydran free traders have closed their borders. The Mandate of Ulu Umu and the Divine Pause Juxtate. We knew that was going to happen. I do at some point need to figure out how to get my energy credits back, but you feel like the fleet movements need Wagner for some reason? This is actually a visual glitch. So this is, I think this happened because one of the machine worlds was about to destroy it. So yeah, this star base also isn't there. Actually, you know what? I bet I can. So it's a bit of an extreme measure, but we'll exit to the menu. That's not actually real. That's. Can you name commanders? That's a good question. So I know you can. There's like name packs. So if you want to like give your own names to species, you can mod them in. And then if you buy the humanoids species pack, I think you get like Roman names. So like you don't tend to buy these things on their own, but they tend to come along with species packs anyway. But if you want to write your own names, you can like create a pool that the names are made from. But I don't know if you get to rename individual commanders. You definitely get to name your first leader, and then what you can do is you can name the individual fleets. Well, let's take a minute here and look at the leaders menu. I've never actually tried to rename them. Looks like you can't, although I do have a spare admiral for some reason. So I guess that invites the question, who the hell, or which fleet doesn't have a commander? You can indeed. So if you want to name, in fact, you don't even need to go in and do a modification for what you want to do, Uncle Cranky. You can actually, I believe you can name classes of ships. The thing that I think you're going to name them. I'm just going to do a quick audit of my fleets. Deep sea. Okay. Jetty. Huh. All right, well, it looks like the Reef gets a new commander. Yep, I just wanted to make sure the full 230 stacks didn't have weren't missing a commander first. Oh, that science ship got finished fast. So let's hire a new scientist. So when you bring in a new scientist, you get to pick from a list. In this case, I'll still focus on our own species. And the main thing I want this guy to be doing, I want him to be investigating these. I want him to be investigating these regions so that my construction ship can come in and claim these worlds. It's the size of the galaxy. I think this is the is it huge? Is the largest one, or I'm almost certain I went for the largest galaxy size. Okay. I am curious about the isolated contingency core. So pop assembly speed. No, we do not need a higher pop assembly speed. It would be really cool to get a 300% increase to megastructure build speeds, but we'll just go for the surveyor again. And I think I'm gonna give my allies some time to repair, but I think one of the ways I'm gonna get out of this deficit is to do some trade deals again. Why is there a head relic? So this is a very sacred relic for a fallen empire that's no longer there, but excerpt, Symbols of Worship, 102nd edition. Zarklan, renowned holy figure of indeterminate species, worshipped as a divine prophet by at least 7 distinct galactic religions during the Fourth Interregnum, 32nd cycle of Kavb. Ultimate fate unknown, but references in historical records cease after
Knowledge is the
38th
key to the
cycle.
universe.
Historically heavily debated since at least early 41st cycle, dismissed by many today as fable or legend. So
Ship
basically, this is a
upgrades
great
applied.
prophet whose head is considered to be a very sacred and important relic, and the owner of the head is considered the chosen of Zarklon, which makes me this terrible
Colony establishment has begun.
AI species, the chosen of Zarklon, which is a wonderful irony in the case of well, basically there was this AI that, or not AI,
Research
this
concluded.
spiritualist species that really hated us, and we wound up being the chosen ones. We're the ones who found the head. Okay, sounds good, Craxy. So, I mean, at this point here, sorry, I should have put this to fastest. I will, make my halting attempts to deal with the unemployment problems. But this is basically it. At this point, I'm really just running out the clock to get to the final year. So this is why I'm going to do my best not to get stuck down too many rabbit holes as far as population is concerned. Or at least let the clock run while I do that. Rare crystals are the one that we'll name next.
System survey concluded.
That was quick. Alright, so the Raxar is definitely trying to claim this for them. Oof, that is costly.
Ship upgrades applied.
But I bet I'm going to be able to close them off. So I got to change the order in which this is done to make sure that I get to ninja out all the goodies. Just Bart Stellaris, wish you luck. Awesome, Remarkable Frisbee. I hope you really enjoy the game. So I'll just give you a warning. I am probably going to put Stellaris on ice for a little while after we finish this playthrough. Because there's a couple of other Paradox games. So the Mondays are dedicated Paradox days. But if you stop by the channel and I'm not playing Stellaris, do not hesitate to ask Stellaris questions if you'd like. I love sharing the game with people. I may not be able to give you the direct answer, in chat or like on the screen, but I'm always happy to do some back and forth. I think you'll have a great time with it. I hope you have a great time with it. But I will also say it doesn't mean that I'm quitting Stellaris forever. I just wanted to give a quick warning that if you don't see me playing it, please don't take that as a signal that I'm not interested in discussing the game or that I'm not open to questions.
System survey concluded.
Wow, we really go through these quick. Should probably build more. Oh, you know what? It might actually be cheaper for me as far as influence is concerned to take the Alpha Refuge.
Ship upgrades applied.
Oops, and it's now in session to decide whether or not I become the
Ship
sole
upgrades
representative.
applied.
So everybody who I've subjugated thinks that this is a great idea. Everyone who I haven't subjugated has reservations.
Construction completed.
Beautiful. So I kind of have enough influence, but I want to, I would like to kind of conserve.
System survey concluded.
I'd like to conserve as much influence as possible for this, so. And so
Ship
far it looks like
upgrades
they
applied.
have not been able to get their people in place. Now, one thing that I need to keep in mind is the cost of moving my fleet places. So I'm going to take anybody who doesn't have orders. Oh, sorry, who doesn't have orders and is at full strength. And I'm going to put them in a place where they don't cost me so much.
Ship upgrades applied.
Okay, these guys are not at full strength. Can you be commies in this game? Yes, you can. So tell you what, Crack Steve, I'm actually going to show you...
Ship upgrades applied.
I can show you exactly how full communist you can be if you want. But I'm going to have to show that at the end of the stream. So that involves certain voice packs and some of the designs that you can do. But if you're around for that, I will happily show you.
Ship upgrades applied.
I'll happily show you how deep down the communist rabbit hole you can go if you were so inclined. So right now I'm just sending everybody off to Quiet Dark because it's reasonably close to an L gate.
Ship upgrades applied.
And it
Construction completed.
it lowers my costs for storing them. After this, am I going to do Stellaris again? So on Mondays, I'm probably going to be doing. I'm probably going to be doing more Age of Wonders Planetfall for the next little while. But I will be returning to Stellaris. I just tend to cycle through games a little bit, so I may not do Stellaris next week if I can get this particular run finished. My hope was to get this one finished. It's pretty safe to say if a new DLC comes out, I've been pretty lucky in terms of being given a copy for promotional purposes. So assuming that continues.
Ship upgrades applied.
I usually tend to do Stellaris on those occasions at the very least, but that doesn't mean that there won't be future opportunities. And again, Age of Wonders Planetfall is a wonderful game too. So I haven't done Crusader Kings in a long time, so that might be due as well. All right, election time. Elections are in progress. Select a candidate to support or spend influence to keep our current ruler for another term. If we do not interfere, a random candidate will be selected. So half of the candidates are not actually Meta Jomar. This will be interesting. We'll abstain. Let's see what happens. All right, and looks like we re-elected our Shapa, so it wasn't just a fluke. Okay, Ecumenopolis, Bleg encased. Layers upon layers of urban sprawl eclipse the globe's crust, and it is done. A scant few years have passed since the start of the grand project, but it is already difficult to recall what the surface of Bleg was like. Verdant, rugged, it's all steel now, miles in every direction. A place once mold. Sorry, I need to remember that I've got a race for a... Ah, crap, I just lost central processing because I wasn't paying attention. Oh, sorry, I should have read the rest of that. I'm sorry. Oh. Too many things happening. I want to be somewhat fast in terms of wrapping up the... Ecumenopolis is when you completely pave over the planet. It becomes... If you watch Star Wars and the planet Coruscant, the capital world, that's what we did to that planet. It makes them very effective for research and very effective for industry, but you don't have any natural resources that you can use anymore.
A new world has been colonized.
Okay. We'll do the usual 2 and 2.
System survey concluded.
That's good. That only cost us 67, so I'm feeling a little bit better about keeping the rest of this. This fleet is definitely making me feel a little nervous, though. Well, construction ship.
Research concluded.
I will pick energy weapon damage now. Was the Bleg was the one that we just encased. Here we go. So we've got 16 jobs available right now, 38 spots, and we've got 25 volatile motes. So, right, but we don't have any minerals. And we will have even fewer after I'm done with the production I'm going to do on this world. So, 2, 4, 6, 8. I think we'll just leave it at that for now. But in the meantime, let's resettle some pops. Again, it's not the fairest, but I'm going to basically take the planet with the largest amount of unemployment and redirect. And I'll do this once. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. So Bleg's dealt with, but we do have a few worlds that have got free jobs. So 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't actually believe that there's one additional job, but okay, Sky Temple's a trap. We know that there won't be 3 people able to work that. 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Alright, so I think I need some passage of time because I don't believe some of those population numbers.
Colony establishment has begun.
Yeah, so in fairness, I'm not 100% sure what we lost in central processing. I just hate it when people take stuff that I want. Okay, the new Yilkan trade. Okay, so some of these trade deals are going to be done. Again, this is just my chance to this is my chance to get some extra. Actually, you know what? Let's survey that system before we go to. I'm basically giving people a chance to sort of get their economies back online, and then what I'm going to try and do is for all of the goods that I'm currently trading, like consumer goods, food, alloys, I'm going to try and find better deals with allies. I'm actually mildly tempted to try and take Delta Refuge first.
Construction completed.
Okay. But the Beta Refuge actually has the mega structures. So what I'm going to be able to do is I'm going to be able to take all these ruined ring sections and turn them into habitats. And I'm kind of hoping this will help me out a little bit with some of my unemployment problems. It's a bit of a faint hope, but... Well, you know, it's funny you mentioned. So these guys originally were willing to be to become a vassal or a subsidiary under me. Turns out that they're no longer okay with that. But that doesn't mean that we can't. That doesn't mean that we can't try and enforce our will. We have slightly less than 1,000 days before we become the one person. Oh yeah, we are the strongest by quite a bit, and we are about to become the only person on the Galactic Council. Okay, so I think I'm finally going to distribute these extra ships as I'd originally intended. It's kind of nice to see energy credits as a positive number now that my fleets are sort of back in the state that they should be. I'm not quite sure why the core wasn't... Oh, they were probably doing upgrades. So this is one crowded base. Okay. What about the rest of you? I think at this point I should probably just bring that up to 2,000 a turn. We're clearly going through a lot of them. Alright, so this just needs one... This just needs one Corvette and it's happy. What I might consider doing, actually, is turning at least these 3 fleets into patrols. That'd be a very overkill, but at least an interesting way of dealing with the fairly constant piracy problems I've had. Okay, these guys need a destroyer. So we'll combine the wind with the stream. My capital world. So the destroyed one was my first, but my capital is on Mavel, and it is. Oh, there it is. There's Mavel Prime. It's a lovely ocean world with a ringed planet. One thing I really like about this game is that you actually get to see more. Like the more populated a planet is, the more of these, the more lights you see. It's an ocean world, so it's a little hard to portray. Oh, I really hope we get that. No, they took it. But I mean, we have the ring sections now, right? So, let's get some colony ships. So. Now, the challenge is if I decide to go to war with the Raxar entity, this is going to be a prime target. But I have some plans for that. Oh God, where are my people? It's alphabetical, isn't it? So it's not M's, it's P's. But now we're in R's. There we go. Oh boy, we get to do this 3 times. So there will be rebuilding the ruined ring sections. This, of course, would be the time when it's not a bad idea to activate that relic that we just got. But I don't know. Like I think I'll live without. I think I'll live without without having like 100% of the segments rebuilt. I would unpause for this, except for the fact that it's entirely possible that the time it takes me to get all this done will render some of the actions irrelevant. Okay. I am slightly curious, so we missed out on some minerals in that system. As for the rest, we didn't really seem to lose that much. Alright, so what's it going to take us to do the upgrade? Oh god, I've got so much that I can do with my alloys now. Makes me regret selling so many of them. Buy it all back! Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna cancel the sale of the alloys. Oh wow, that just threw us into into debt. Okay, fair enough. Oh, I can only have 2 at a time. Okay. Never mind. Just creating the artificial scarcity to make the product more attractive.
System survey concluded.
Well, it's just because some systems have special systems. In this case, so the Alpha Refuge. So remember that there were those robots that were the defenders against the exterminating robots. The agreement we signed giving you access to our databanks has run its course. Would you like to extend it for another 10 standard years, or do your researchers no longer require the information we have to offer? We will extend the deal. So when they left this ring world behind, which gives us the chance to take it over. But in the case of the Beta Refuge, it's been destroyed, and so it's our job to sort of rebuild it, which is currently what I'm doing with this task.
Completed.
All right. I could try to take over this world. Doesn't seem like the broken world actually gives me all that much here. So before I go too much further, let's just see if there's any worlds with resources I haven't exploited yet. So easy answer for that is no. Were they out of the galaxy? Well, that was the message. Actually, the message that came up just after you came into the chat. That basically, with the threat of the contingency gone, they sort of vanished. Apparently, having fulfilled their duty, they didn't see a need to stick around anymore.
A new world has been colonized.
All right, more habitats. Oh yes, all the habitats at once. So this one should be a little bit easier for us to pick a new species for. But yeah, one of the best things that I can say about questions like why is there a halo ring around the planet and all of that is that Stellaris is an interesting game because it's basically all science fiction. If you like Warhammer 40k, you could make the Imperium, or you could make the Tyranids, or you could really make whatever you want. And this means taking elements from science fiction that people like. So, for instance, some people would say, Larry, I think it's Niven. I don't know how to pronounce it, but like, some people would say, well, it's not Halo. It's actually it's Ringworld. And I mean, I think that's one of the things that I find the most interesting about Stellaris is that just the opportunity to get familiar with other works of science fiction that maybe I would have overlooked, or ones that I'm not necessarily familiar with immediately, is a nice opportunity. But the easy answer of why is it in there, it's because it's something in science fiction, and is the sort of thing that tends to it's the sort of thing that Stellaris does best, which is to allow you to basically do whatever you're interested in. You're going to head off and try Stellaris. Have a nice rest of the stream. Enjoy the game, Remarkable Frisbee. I have a feeling that, given the fact we still have 24 years left in the game, it's probably... I may still be back while you're... after your first session, but I hope you have a great time with it. I'd love to know, if you do stop by again, please let me know how it went. I'd love to hear what you think of the game. But have a great one. Thanks for hanging out. All right, we're paying a lot of money, but I'm gonna say that we can make this up by proper policing.
World of opportunities
Our advances in miniaturization allow for more rapid loading and discharging of rocket-propelled payloads. In this case, I'm going to stop explaining why I'm picking particular technologies, just because at this point I think we've established most of the reasons why. What I am going to start doing is using my big fleets to protect major trade
Construction
routes.
completed.
I'm not sure it'll be able to cover everything that I need, but by God, I'm gonna give it a shot. I don't even really know where I want to put these people, but so I wonder if I can do... Okay, well actually this gives me... an idea. So I'm going to move fleet here from that patrol point. Basically, I'm going to paint all the nodes that I want them to hit. No, it looks like there's limits to that. That's fine though, because that just means I'm going to set them up in the parts that they couldn't control. And again, we're not necessarily going to secure all our trade doing this, but I bet it'll be a lot better than what we're doing so far. And again, these are absolutely daft patrol routes, but they'll get the job done, so. Well, that's a pity. All right. Does the game have mods? Lots of mods. I don't use them personally, but most Paradox games have very extensive mod support, and I believe the Reef is still on their
Research concluded.
Their patrol route. I'll give them a quick look in just a second. So the main point of those patrol routes was to try and bring the piracy down so that our energy credits go back up. Right, I said I was going to look at the Reef, so... the other thing that I'm going to do is... yes, actually with Influence, I should open some more branch offices. That'll also bring in more income. And the Reef is right here, doing their patrols. Okay,
A new world of opportunities
I found them just in time for them
awaits.
to go through a hyperlane. But basically, I've set them up so that they can automatically patrol some of my trade routes and take care of the problems. Wow, we're already down to a 51 loss. Let's take a look. Yeah, so they're just crushing piracy every time they go through one of these systems. I have a feeling we'll probably start making money again if I just leave that be. I'm glad you have a favorite. I'm glad you have a favorite. What am I trying to say? Like, fleet of mine. I don't necessarily have favorite fleets, but I feel like maybe I should now. All right, so we've got our colony ships out. Those are fine. Yeah, at this point, I think what I should be working on is finding ways to make some more money. So who do I have trade agreement? Yes, actually. Okay. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to find out who I've got some trade agreements with. I am somewhere on this list. There we go. So I'm Overlord of 2. I've got a commercial pact with Philvin Siva. That's presumably because the Istwani and the Akano I already have. I have to have commercial pacts with because we're in... Okay. So maybe... Oh, that's right. So I think I held off on opening offices in the Akano because they were... because I was thinking of kicking them out and vassalizing them. Okay, what I'm going to say now is anybody in the Federation is actually a good target for...
Colony establishment has begun.
For branch offices, so... first thing that's affecting a lot of my...
Colony establishment has begun.
First thing that's affecting a lot of my... my costs are the fact that I'm well over naval capacity, so I'm going to build a bunch of mercenary liaison offices. And at this point, every Akano planet that I can build an office on, I will build an office on. Although the likelihood of me having enough influence to be able to pull that off, that's another question. Okay. Alcor. Well, at least we'll be bringing in some cash. I suspect I'm going to have to pay up for some more minerals, but that's money well spent.
System survey concluded.
Yeah, I've actually really been sitting on... I've been sitting on some pretty lucrative opportunities by not trading within the Federation. So again, all of these corporate offices are intended to reduce my costs in multiple senses. One, through the income that they produce, but also through the basically also through the acquisition of. Ooh, that's going to clear out my treasury. Let's not do that. So one, obviously being able to generate 109 energy for opening a branch office, that's huge. But the other advantage is, so every time I open a mercenary liaison office, my naval capacity goes up by 10. So the fact that I'm opening so many right now gives me a fighting chance that I'm actually going to be within my naval capacity. And when we take a look at, so the game is telling me right now the maintenance cost of your military ships is increased by 18% due to your being over naval capacity. Well, if I can get within capacity, that's going to be a 20% reduction to my naval costs. My naval costs, ships right now are 5,270. That's with some of them sitting in their naval yards, not being used. So if I'm able to, to get some of those costs under control, that's going to be a pretty big chunk of cash that gets freed up. Okay, at least I have a branch office on their home world. So this is going to be the big challenge now, is trying to find the ones that don't already have branch offices. This is maybe a little... I want to have a branch office everywhere, but let's not lose our heads. It's actually possible that I've already done this. Yeah. It's definitely looking like there's a lot of worlds that I... Okay. So with that in mind, maybe I want to start opening some franchises on the Cooperative of Menjusana. I used to have some there before. It's definitely profitable. Oop. Targeted Casus Belli. The Zydran free traders can now use a hostile takeover Casus Belli against us. I'd love to see them try. I didn't realize there was more than one planet named Leg. So obviously by doing this, I've kind of closed off the possibility of building new habitats for the time being. I'm not 100% happy with that. But given the return from so many of these buildings, I sort of feel like I need to I feel like it would be it would not be the smartest choice to turn down these contracts. I get to build maybe one more. Yeah, so that clears me out on influence for the next little while, and actually I'm out of minerals too. Again, mercenary liaison offices mean that I pay less in maintenance costs. And unfortunately, it looks like my hope of eliminating piracy by having large fleets flying through wasn't as strong as I was hoping it would be. I don't know. It's still early in the period, but I feel like that's turned out to be a bit of a dud. Oops, successful trial. It's a great day for trade and commerce. The trial period is over and the project has been fully evaluated. Enough data was collected to see an increase in efficiency that warrants full implementation of the new logistical standard. Now begins a process in which shipping operations will switch to the new standard, but this process is fully automatic. The foodstuff will be delivered, the consumer goods will reach their destination, the spice will flow, and so on. Good job! Encumbrance tax modifier removed, cost of progress modifier removed, process sharing modifier removed, streamlined logistics modifier added, giving the following effects: trade value plus 10%, and a 2.5% increase to monthly consumer goods. Cool. If I get really desperate, I can start selling strategic resources, but I don't want to get desperate like that. Who's the commander of the reef? Let's take a look. The commander of the reef is Bakugeth. They have got the trait Gale Speed, which means that they get a bonus to evasion and sublights, an increase to sublight speed. And then they're also aggressive, so they have an improvement to ship fire rate and sublight speed. So they move really quick, and they do a lot of damage. Both very desirable traits in commanders. Okay, while we slouch on to the end game, peace has been made. So I'm going to take a quick minute here and see if I can make some people some offers they can't refuse. I'm assuming that if somebody wants to become a vassal, they'll approach me. There aren't actually that many species left in the galaxy now that I think of it. So, yeah, I mean, it's like 12:30 right now, and there's other stuff that I can do. It's going to be 20 years of game time for this to happen. There we go. I am the Senate. The Senate has voted and passed the resolution change council size to 1. So there's a side of me that says maybe I will finish this off on my own time. Because the thing is, I don't really think this is going to sustain another broadcast. This is really just going to be me sitting waiting out the clock. But maybe what I'll do for next week is I'll get it to like the year 2499, and then I'll push the clock over. And then maybe I'll talk a little bit about ways that I got over some of the resource shortfalls and whatnot. That might be a slightly better way of handling it, because definitely we also have a smaller audience than we did earlier on. And I think it completely makes sense, because if you were waiting, like if you want to see the contingency, well, that's not there anymore. I screwed up. And so really at this point we're kind of waiting for the game to say Divine Posjok State invited the Zydran free traders. All right, so they're trying to band together to avoid the inevitable. Yeah, I mean, I'll talk a little bit about... I'll let the timer run down. Bakugeth for CEO. He could become CEO. One of the things that I think probably I'll try and do, if I want to do expansion, I think turning the Divine Posjok State into a subsidiary is the most logical... the most logical next step. I might want to amass a certain war chest for energy credits, because I know we are going to get some savage hits to our energy credits when we finally do that. This is a really tough call. I'd kind of like to... Oh no, it's not, because it's trade, not resources. So definitely more mining sectors there. This has to be trade, regrettably, but that's life. But yeah, so what I think I do, I build a bit of a war chest before we go too far down this road, so that... Oh, hey, look, the naval capacity is just about to hit where it needs to be. I wonder if we have any... Yeah, we do have some something we're going to build. The funny thing is that I now have the capacity for 16 Titans, which means I could build 3 more fleets. I'm not sure I want to blow out my budget like that, but it's an option, let's say. But yeah, I think that probably the next most logical expansions would be find something I want to take off of the Zydrans, either territory or maybe I just want to humiliate them or something like that. I can definitely see myself vassalizing the Divine Pozjuk state. Oh yes, actually it's important to remember if I vassalize them, they join the Federation, and if they join the Federation, there are, I get some cohesion. A new world has been colonized. But I can live with that. Oh boy. Oh wait, this is probably because we don't have enough pops. Take everything? Yeah, well that's definitely a big plan. All right, you know what? I am going to do something crazy. So this is a research segment. What are our other options? Commercial segment, city segment, agriculture. I mean, agricultural segment wouldn't be terrible, but we're actually in a surplus of that now. Okay, we're going to solve some we're going to solve some population problems before we finish tonight, so I'm just going to do it in order this time, so. Now you know why I want to take those ring worlds. The ones that get built up are going to be a little less straightforward, but oh, we never brought people into Bleg. All right, I'll get that dealt with now. Of course, we may find out after doing all this conversion that we wind up with some massive deficit into something like moats or whatever, and I wind up actually screwing myself. But do we have unemployment? Nope. I mean, it's a bunch of specialists, but it looks like they are. Looks like they're adapting. So we have got 48 jobs available. Presumably there will be more as the buildings get rebuilt, but we'll see whether or not that actually turns out that way. Now you can kind of see why I want to do most of the material off of off-cast, because I find this interesting. I'm not entirely sure this is the best representation of... Oh, hell yeah. This is basically the end of my my employment problems. You know... Maybe I'll bring back one of those things with their cryo chamber. In the meantime, I believe we took 2 sections, right? Ah, but this place doesn't have any jobs. Okay. We may have a big demand on our food. So it'll produce merchants, artisans, and clerks. I mean, it's very tempting to do the research segment, but I believe in this case what I will do, I'm actually going to go all in on agriculture. So let's do 2 of those. Oh, I'm out of mineral. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Wow. Christ. Okay. I think I just need to let that run by. So we're definitely going to need to build that up. Yeah, so we're gonna have a pretty devastating expense as far as the nourishment centers are concerned, but the return in terms of food is gonna be pretty spectacular as well. Why in God's name is there so much crime? Well, I can kind of see that happening with minerals, so definitely need to pull back on the sales of food. Yeah, something just shifted in our... monthly trade price. Okay, well, that's life. I did say also I was going to... are there giant things like ancient ships that you can control or space animals? There are. So there's the Tiyanki space... It's actually kind of hard for me to find these now. I don't know if they show up on radar or if there just aren't any left. Oh yeah, no, here's an example. Scum and villainy on Alpha Complex. Crime continues to be a problem on Alpha Complex. You know what, let's just... let's do anti-crime campaign. I don't think it'll do much, but it's a start. Like big animal. Yeah, so let me see if I can find them. There are the Guardians from the Leviathans DLC, but I think most of those have probably been exterminated. I know we took out a couple of them. So here we've got some of the space whales. Some of them are passive, some of them are decidedly not passive. I know there was the Glugamora system. Oh yeah, here we go. The Gargantua system, actually. So this is the Infinity Machine. It's just sitting there, studying a black hole. Let the criminals take over the ring world. And then I think we took out an ancient... there were a few machines that we took out, actually. I'm just trying to remember everything that we... Just trying to remember everything that we took out. I've killed too many to keep track of it all. But yeah, but it'd be like Omega in Mass Effect. I feel like one of my habitats would be better for Omega. I feel like a ring world is a little too fancy to give up. So yeah, at least part of this is the consequence of
knowledge
me.
Is the key to the universe.
Although one thing I definitely don't need, maybe I don't need that much in terms of minerals. We can at least pull back a bit. Just these. Well, I guess I have 2. I'll have 3 in the end, but I don't want to give up anything.
A new world has been colonized.
Nope. Right, okay, so this is another one of our ring worlds. Okay, so I think that's going to be blockade him and sell things at a higher price. I like the way you're thinking on this. Oh, have habitats, you mean? I think that's going to be it for tonight. I've still got about 20 years before the final year, so I am heartened by the fact that we now have the naval capacity that we need. It's, of course, now just going to mean that I need to find other things to bring in. I don't really see a lot of value in trying to... Like, so... Obviously, if I try to boost the naval capacity, this is just more expense for me at that point. I don't really see a whole lot of... I don't necessarily see a lot of value in that. At this point, it might be an idea for me to just... you know, really... I should probably just consider building these private mining consortiums. If I take a look at my costs, like, minerals are the only things that I'm buying now. Everything else I'm producing in a very large surplus. And I mean, that wasn't always true. There were a bunch of cases where we were short on a lot of other resources. So we might as well just, you know, take advantage of our branches to cover what we don't need. I mean, imagine if we get to a point where we're self-reliant. I mean, let's be clear here. Like, at 10 minerals per pull, I'm gonna need like 166. I'm gonna need like 166 branch offices, or not branch offices. Like, I need the slots from them. So I think it's pretty unlikely that we're gonna see that happen. But near the end, destroy all law and make the capital the only non-crime place. But yeah, we got a few things done. We took out the contingency. That was a neat crisis. I really hope I get to see more crises over time. It's just it takes so long to play this game. We are the Senate, right? I will admit, the one thing I've never quite learned is the whole like, I'm gonna throw my weight around and sanction you, oh, well, here they are. So let's see here. Empires that have been denounced or in breach of galactic law have penalties applied to them. Right, okay, yeah. So if I really want to screw someone, so castigation, what does that do? Diplomatic weight is minus 25%. Council denouncement. We could do on Divine Pazjak, Mandate of Ulu Umu, New Yelkahan Khanate, Badranite High Kingdom. Presumably if people were outside... Oh no, even the Badronites are within my... within my federation. I wonder why I'm not able to do that to people like the Raxar. Maybe they're no longer participating? Nope, they are. But yeah, what's cool, I mean, so one, I am the Senate, and number two, I've hit this point now with my diplomatic power that really, if I want to reshape galactic law towards something that I think is more appropriate, that's well within my means. So it'll be, I don't know, I think it'll be kind of fun to see how I can mess around with these details. But I think, again, like, when it comes down to me just messing around with spreadsheets and stuff like that, like, it's pretty clear here, for those of you who maybe don't want to, or, you know, may not be sufficiently attracted to something like Age of Wonders Planetfall next week. I still need to figure out what I'm playing. This is where the scores are sitting right now with 22 years left to go in the game. We are currently at 248,190. I do not believe there is anything that... Oh, that's not true. The Raxar entity has more systems than me. But other than having more systems, there is nothing that we are surpassed by. And of course, the Raxar entity is currently piggybacking on my Federation. So if I want to kick them, that'll make my life quite a bit easier. They fall down. They're actually, I believe they would fall below the cooperative of Menjusana in that particular case, which would be very amusing, to say the least. But yeah, so it's pretty clear that in January 1st, 2500, we win. But I personally would like to see the end of this one here. So I think, like I said, over the weekend, maybe I will play this on my own. I'll see if I can figure out how I can maybe get my employment in a slightly better state. I think I know what happened with Alpha Complex rather. Because we have so many researchers, the amount of consumer goods that they're consuming is messing with me. That's taking away a major trade good. And so as a result, I'm sort of bearing the consequences of that decision. I'm still not 100% sure why I've got so many criminals. Maybe it's just because they were all unemployed for so long. But I'm sure this will eventually resolve itself. Oh, or maybe the lack of amenities. Yeah, this is a very unhappy planet. But we can distribute luxury goods. It's a band-aid solution. But yeah, well, I mean, the nice thing about it is we've been given, with the Alpha Complex, we've been given an idea about specifically how strong these things can be in terms of producing, producing jobs. Through the research segment alone, we had over 100 jobs. That was able to deal with multiple planets worth of unemployment. So I think if we can come up with a slightly better division in terms of things like, I mean, honestly, at this point, I should probably just replace these into city segments or something like that. But we'll see what happens when we get the ancient cryo chamber. But yeah, in the end, I have a feeling that enough ring worlds will be able to solve our unemployment problems. And failing that, we'll just sort of coast on our reputation as savior of intelligent life in the galaxy and use it as our chance to become lord of everything. So before I finish, I know I lost most of you kind of when when we kind of just went into maintenance mode. But what I will do for those of you who are still sticking around, I'm going to find someone to host really quick. I definitely have a few people that I would like to host, but it always is a question of who's on and what they're playing. I will mention that there is another Morrowind episode coming up tomorrow. I did mess up in the recording, so the quality is going to be low like that one a week ago. That was my screw up, but I'd rather not re-record the episode if I'm completely honest. And it's not the same if I redo the episode because of course everything isn't new then. So I'm just gonna bear my the consequences of my bad decisions. Looks like Outworld is still doing Total War Troy. Outworld is someone who I know really from some of the earliest times that I did streaming. Used to be a big Mortal Kombat speedrunner, still very good at Mortal Kombat, but has kind of been doing a little bit more variety lately and has really improved just in terms of how they're feeling about streaming, and it's really enjoyable to watch them. I know they love the Total War series, so I'd love it if you guys would come and hang out with Outworld. He is definitely a better caster than I am when it comes to Total War, I feel. So as for those of you who want to hang out with me, tomorrow, pre-recorded video for Morrowind. I'll be hanging out in chat for at least part of the stream. And then Wednesday I'll be back, Cultist Simulator for that. And then Friday is kind of an open game right now. I will still allow for the possibility of doing Troy, but I'm still thinking about what I want to play. So until then, thank you everybody for hanging out. Thank you very much for being a lot of fun in chat. Please enjoy Outworld's channel, and we'll see you next time.